Who is the next witness calling? Okay.
Judge, we have experts here because they said they were calling experts. That's a deposition that's recorded that can be played anytime.
It is an order that I wanted to go before my next expert.
Well, you said your other person was next.
We would request a jury out regarding Dr. Larkin as we were provided with.
Okay, hang on, you're jumping to something else on me now. So you want me to order the defense who to call first?
Your Honor, I'm simply asking that we have a jury out about this document that we just received.
Let's go back a second. So you objecting to them playing the deposition at this point?
Yes, because we just asked Dr. Carney to leave her job and come over here to assist us with her defense experts, and they said that's who they would call.
You did say that.
I never said who I was calling that jury. I said I had experts today that I was calling. We have not stated who we were calling next.
So you want to play the deposition, which is a 50-something minute long.
Yes.
You want her to go, so you want me to order them to do that?
Judge, I'm simply asking if we could have a jury out so Your Honor can make a determination if Dr. Larkin will be allowed to testify, because we just received a report that we have not had. It has an opinion and a conclusion about the cause of death of Jade Benning.
I haven't even seen that, Your Honor. So if she gave him the report, it's not
Wait,
something.
your staff said they had everything.
That's been emailed. When they said that they emailed that over, that is what they emailed over.
When?
This morning, I mean, I don't even know if it was morning.
She
Let me see what
prepared
you're
for her testimony today.
Is it a report?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it a report?
All right, let me take a look and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Well, I'd ask the court to make that determination.
Judge, we received
Hang
a,
on a minute. I gotta get the definition of what a report is first.
It is definitely her opinion, so, but this is not something that we've had in the past. This is something that she formulated for her testimony.
When?
I'm assuming, I would have to ask the probably yesterday.
Letter, is it a she?
Yes, I'm sure it's yesterday.
See if Dr. Kelly Larkin is out there.
No, she's not here yet. She is my last witness. So I was under the assumption that I could call my witnesses in the order that I wanted.
That's normally the case. I was just trying to help do this jury out here while Dr. Carney was here.
She's not here yet.
So let me have that, make a copy of that. Can Dr. Carney come back? Who is Janice Lindsay?
She is a toxicologist.
And who is Dr. Mario Bartolome?
He is a toxicologist medical review officer.
And they're gonna be testifying about, someone said the cause of death.
In regards to Dr. Larkin, yes.
And Dr. Kelly Larkin is what?
She is an ER doctor, a medical doctor.
Not a forensic pathologist.
No,
And you wanna ask her what, you just found that out, what her opinion is today, so what do you want to ask her?
I want to ask,
What is her opinion?
her opinion is that this was more in line with a fentanyl overdose and what she's seen in the ER as opposed to a cocaine overdose.
Based on levels of fentanyl that are not reported.
No, based on the symptoms that were explained
Symptoms.
and described.
Okay, so back to my question, whether Dr. Carney is available prior to Dr. Larkin testifying, if she does.
Judge, are you asking if she's available tomorrow based on?
No, we're gonna finish today. I'm talking about today.
She will move.
He said we gonna finish today.
Okay, all right, well, I guess we've got an hour-long deposition. Where are the few extra text messages that you're wanting to introduce to the public? Do you have a copy of those?
Yes, they're putting it on a thumb drive now.
It's where?
They're putting it on a thumb drive, so
I'm talking about copies, hard copies that I can look at and see if it's relevant.
we don't have a printer here, so we would have to go back.
We
to
don't
the
have a
schools
printer
office.
here.
We do, but it's not paper. So we don't have paper here. So we have to go to Ms. Riddle's office. This is
Here,
not our
there's
office.
some paper right there. So
No,
get,
that's not one. Thank you.
no, it's just 30. So get those printed out now, delivered in here to me, so I can look at them, so we don't waste more time. So we've got potentially, I don't know, I guess Dr. Carney, she can be available 4 o'clock or something. Okay.
So when you didn't want to be forced to go out because you wanted it in a specific order, you didn't never call a late witness. You wanted us to wait and wait and wait. You can do what you wanted to do so you can get your specific order, but you expect him to turn around and tell her when to call somebody else?
Court reporter made me aware that there's an objection on page 28 about an exhibit, but then there's nothing else. The testimony just goes on without an issue. Is that accurate from the state's perspective?
No, looked at that in a while. I do remember I objected one time and I don't feel like it was worth rejecting it.
Okay. That was some, have you reviewed some record before your testimony when it just went on? So that's, I don't need to make a ruling on that.
It's not my it's my understanding you do not.
Okay.
I don't know if the defense was asking about.
We're not.
Okay, let the jury step. Yeah.
Just to clarify for Dr. Carney's schedule, Dr. Larkin will be here at 4 o'clock and we're doing that at 4 o'clock.
I'm just guessing. I don't know how long or how many the text messages will come in with Mr. Devlin. I don't know how long Bartholomew or Lindsay will take. I don't know. Are they here?
They are here. Dr. Larkin is our last witness.
And where is she?
She should be here in 20 minutes, or so,
Okay.
maybe by 3. But she's our last witness.
So maybe it's 5 o'clock. I don't know.
Judge, these are the messages.
And ain't nobody giving you no time either.
And they have 30 more. Just
Actually, it's not, it's probably shorter than that.
Can you get me someone on your
They're printing it now.
staff to give me what you're trying to introduce through Mr. Devlin? Can they get that?
They're getting it now.
Okay.
Judge, before the jury comes in with respect to the witness, Dr. San Bartolome,
Look,
this morning, we discussed notes, anything, information, like we were advised, the court's hearing that everything has been sent, and at 1:52 this afternoon, we received yet another packet notes.
So,
Dr.
Was your
Sandbar
staff
Solomon.
wrong?
once we were finished, yes, they
Was
were
your
wrong,
staff
they were
wrong?
wrong.
Let
And
me
once
see
we were
what he's
finished,
got there.
I went and I spoke with all of my experts, and out of abundance of caution, I asked them to turn over everything they had. I was following what the state had been doing. So I
We're
didn't
not
know
worried
that this
about what
was
the
something.
state's been doing. We're here to what you're doing.
Well, I have to follow the leader of the do, so. if
No, you have
they're
to
doing
follow
that
the
to-
rules.
So the
they
state
should do
did it?
So then let me know if you think they have it. So is this,
I'm sure the court would know that her team had it apparently at 10:03 a.m.
Sir.
have you seen this, Ms. Holmes?
No, I haven't. That's not my witness. Can I see it?
It's not what?
Is that Bartholomew? That's not my witness, so no, I haven't. But I'm sure Mr. Joyner may have.
Bartholomew is not your witness?
No, he's Mr. Joyner's witness.
Okay, I thought you were speaking for everybody. Has anybody to the west side of me, to my right, in a southwesterly direction, including the individual seated at defense counsel table, had this?
Now, I'm not entirely sure what that is, but I did receive the email at 10:03, which I then.
Why didn't Ms. Hollins know that you were, why didn't you pop up and say, hey, wait a minute, whoop, whoop, wait a minute?
I could have, Your Honor, I didn't check my email, unfortunately.
So you didn't get that until when? Or when did you, I know it was sent 10:03, when did you get it?
Probably whenever we was anticipating breaking for lunch, Your Honor, I double checked my email.
Anticipating, when was that?
We came back at 1:50, so it had been around an hour before that.
Okay, so when Ms. Hollins was saying that's it, and confirmed with Ms. Miller or whoever this young lady is, that that's it, you knew it wasn't?
No, sir, I did not know about it.
Oh, I thought you said you had looked at it in anticipation of lunch.
Oh my God. Why are we getting mad about these notes when y'all were the ones passing notes as your witness, as your expert witness hit the stand? This is ridiculous.
Is the defense anticipating getting into information in this document?
What information specifically are you referencing, Your Honor?
The sensitivity of identifying a woman with a substance abuse use problem is 80 to 88%, and sensitivity is 35 to 37%. I have no idea what that means, but that's what I'm asking about.
It is my understanding that Dr. Mario.
This is gonna be all right.
Pregnant women with substance abuse issues. Substance use issues, rather not abuse, but substance use issues.
But the sad part is stuff like this is making people hope that he gets a not
What does
guilty,
that have to do
and that
with this
may,
case?
we don't know if that's right or deserving, right? But you're gonna make people
And then he-
err on the side of innocence rather than not guilty, and that's not okay. Just because they're passing judgment on the behaviors and attitudes of the attorneys and the judge, and none of that has anything to do with Jade or Blaise.
Judge, this goes back to our previous objection. to
So you're
discuss-
wanting, hang on, you're wanting this jury to hear from Mr. Dr. Bartholomew that pregnant women should not use drugs, alcohol, or illicit substances.
No, not that, Your Honor. There's been an assertion in the state's case in chief that once Ms. Benning became pregnant, any prior use stopped.
Do you have proof from Dr. Bartholomew that she did?
That she did stop?
No, that she did use.
We believe that she continued to be involved in.
Does he know that?
Yes, he's reviewed the records in this case, Your Honor.
What record?
He's reviewed medical records, he's reviewed text messages, he's
What
reviewed.
medical records show that she was using drugs?
Medical records show the absence of a test while she was pregnant, Your Honor.
Absence of a what?
Testing, drug testing. Actually, there was testimony
Does
that
that
came.
mean she used?
No, that does not mean that she used, but she did have cocaine in her system, which suggests that she could have.
Everybody, they're saying she used too much cocaine.
Yeah, but they were silent on alcohol, Your Honor, and there's cocaine in her system.
Yeah, and that can be argued for the jury. So what does Dr. Bartholomew have any information directly about Ms. Benning's drug usage?
He has direct information that was derived from the text messages in her phone, that was derived from the medical records specifically regarding the OB/GYN records, where there
We
wasn't
get
any
that,
test.
they didn't do it, so that's just a non-issue. What else?
So, Your Honor, those two things are central to our defensive theory. If the state is wanting to allege she could have not taken the substance because she was pregnant.
Yeah, she could have taken a substance.
I know, Your Honor, that's not the argument we made.
Does the state agree she could have taken a substance?
No.
In the, anything,
Yes or
there's
no?
no evidence, there's no proof about that, all
Does
of
the
the
state
contrary.
agree that Ms. Benning could have taken a substance?
And this witness would not materially assist the
So the
jury
answer is yes.
in understanding that.
Okay. All right, we'll have a jury out as to whether he has any relevant information and whether this should have been provided to the state.
Your Honor, I just received a text from Mr. Wiseman in regards to his witness, Dr. Bukalari.
Well-
He is asking if it's possible to put this witness on prior to the planning of the deposition. I told him that I would speak with the court, she should be very short. And
That's
so,
up to you. You said it had to be this deposition next.
I just didn't want it to be Dr. Larkin for certain, but I can accommodate.
You said
Dr.
you wanted to
Bukalari.
put this deposition
I
on
do.
next.
I do.
So
but I
you
don't
want to
mind
call Dr.
Bukalari.
Brucolari next or the deposition?
I can, if you'll allow, I will let him know that he can bring her over. She's very.
She's not even here.
No, it seems like he's
Okay,
at.
bring the jury down. We'll play this deposition.
One last thing, do we have anything from Dr. Jancy Lindsay?
We just turned it over.
Is that the notes that you were throwing around?
Those
too?
are not even notes. Those are articles that she relies on. It's not Jinx material. It's not anything that we are turning over or trying to admit, but out of an abundance of caution, we turned it over.
Janae making you feel like he's innocent. I said that was what
So
happened.
no notes or no reports?
We gave you notes as well.
It doesn't matter what's been said, it could
Does
change.
be notes?
They're not supposed to be, they are.
But of who? Doesn't say.
They're from Dr. Lindsay. That's what you asked for, that's what you have.
Let the jury step in.
Talking and acting like this gonna have people feeling more sorry for Blaise than they do Jade, and that's not cool. Nothing against Blaise, I'm just saying. She didn't have enough, Nicole. Yeah, she gonna need a Pepsi. Yeah, because his reputation is going to be shot because of the period. Because all you're going to think is that he creates babies and then figures out how to play some sort of sick Russian roulette to get rid of them.
Who's
It's
the
crazy.
next witness
It's all
on
crazy.
behalf of the defendant?
The defense calls Alyssa Smith by deposition.
Okay, all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the witness, by agreement, their deposition was taken since they were unable to be here this week for some reason that the party's aware that they couldn't be here. So that's going to be played for you, and you can analyze that testimony as you would if the person was here live and in person. Okay.
Judge, I'm sorry, we had a recording done of this witness. I don't know. I think this is the.
What did you say?
If, that's not how we had the deposition recorded, but if it, I know it comes.
That's the court reporter's recording.
Correct, we had somebody from our office that came and videotaped it.
Is this not, okay?
I don't know, I haven't seen this, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oh, all right.
Just for the record, this is the deposition of Alyssa Smith related to State versus Blaise Taylor on Friday, April 17th, 2026. Ms. Smith, could you please state your full name for the record?
Yep, Alyssa Smith.
And could you spell your first name for the court reporter?
ALYSSA.
Ms. Smith, where are you employed?
Vanderbilt Lifeline.
You said Vanderbilt Lifeline, is that correct? Can you explain what is Vanderbilt Lifeline?
We provide pre-hospital care across a bunch of different service lines, from events to flight to ground transports.
And what is your position?
I'm a critical care paramedic.
Can you explain what the critical care paramedic does?
We provide life-saving interventions in pre-hospital setting.
And that pre-hospital setting, can you describe, are you on an ambulance or some type of vehicle, or where are you normally physically working?
In my current role, I could be positioned on an ambulance, or I can just be in a venue. It just kind of depends on my assignment.
And would you ever sometimes be at Vanderbilt University Medical Center?
Working currently, no. We're not working at the hospital.
And how long have you been in that position at Vanderbilt?
In my current role since fall of 2023.
And
This is the deposition of Alyssa Smith. She couldn't be there, so they're just playing the deposition through the state.
prior to fall of 2023, what did you do?
I was working in the ER at Vanderbilt Adult,
And what was your position in Vanderbilt's emergency department?
paramedic.
And can you describe what was your role in patient care when you were a paramedic in the Vanderbilt emergency department?
We were mostly support for the nurses. Anything that they would need, IVs, medications, we would work traumas, anything that would come in. We were just kind of support for the doctors and nurses there.
Okay. And that position is an EMT position, but it's a position at Vanderbilt Hospital. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a paramedic position.
And so there are other paramedics that would work for National Fire Department with ambulance services. Is that correct? Okay. And specifically, were you working in that position as an EMT at Vanderbilt Emergency Department in February of 2023?
Yeah, I was working as a paramedic.
And were you working specifically on the night of February 25th, 2023 into the early morning of February 26th?
I was.
And while you were working, were you involved in providing any patient care to patient Jade Benning?
I don't remember.
In preparation for testifying today, did you review records to verify whether or not you were involved in any patient care related to Jade Benning?
Yes.
And were you involved in any way?
Yes.
And specifically, did you ever administer fentanyl to Jade Benning? And did you review records related to whether or not you administered fentanyl to Jade Benning?
Yes.
And in the records, there is an entry from February 25th, 2023 at 23 and 27 hours that indicates that fentanyl was dispensed. Did you review those records?
Yes.
And can you explain, what does it mean when a medication is dispensed?
When we are pulling it from the medication dispensing machine in
Dispensed at 23 hours and 27 minutes on February 25th of 2023.
Yeah.
And no, you didn't review the records, or no, it wasn't?
it wasn't administered.
Okay, so it was not administered.
No.
Did the records indicate what happened to that fentanyl that was dispensed?
It was wasted.
And can you explain why would it be wasted, and what does that mean?
Yes, on the note on the document, it states that patient condition changed.
And so that fentanyl specifically was not administered to the patient, is that correct?
That's correct.
I can have just a moment. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Smith, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Letitia Quinones Hollins, and I'm going to be asking you some questions. If at any time you don't understand anything or you feel like I need to rephrase, please let me know, and I'll do my best, okay? I want to talk to you a little bit about your background. Are you from Nashville?
I'm not.
Oh, where are you from?
Arkansas.
Okay. And what part of Arkansas are you from?
Jonesboro.
When did you come to Nashville? When did you come to Nashville?
Fall of 2021.
Did you come here to go to school?
Yes.
And what school did you attend?
Nosi College of Art for my bachelor's in photography.
I'm sorry,
Nosi College of Art.
Nelsie?
Nosi.
Spell it for me.
N-O-S-S-I.
Oh, Nelsie, okay. College of Art. And you got a degree in photography? Would that be bachelor's? And what did you do after you graduated? What year was it that you graduated?
May of 2025.
So just last year? Congratulations. How old are you?
Thank you. 26.
And so then if you go back to 2023, were you in school then? You have to speak out loud so she can.
Sorry,
That's okay.
Yes.
Okay. And what year were you then?
What age was I?
No, what year of college were you?
Okay. I started in fall of 2021.
Okay, and went straight through. Okay. When you were doing your studies at Nosi College of Arts, did you get any type of training in any medical training there?
From the college, no.
Okay. And did you get any type of medical training anywhere?
Yes.
And where were they?
Arkansas State University.
Okay. So I'm assuming before you came to Nashville, you were also in school in Jonesboro
Yes.
at Arkansas State.
Yes.
And what were you studying there?
That's where I obtained my EMT basic and my paramedic license.
How long does it take to get EMT and paramedic license?
EMT is typically a semester, paramedic is typically 12 months straight through.
Does the semester that you take for the EMT go towards the year to become a paramedic as well? So they're separate and apart.
Yes.
And so then that would be a year and a half that you studied in order to become an EMT and a certified paramedic as well.
Yes.
What is the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
Scope of practice.
Scope of practice? What is the difference in the scopes?
A paramedic is able to treat and do more. interpret 12 leads, start IVs, administer medications.
Things of that nature.
Yes.
And an EMT is only able to do what?
They're typically the driver, and they're there to support their medic and, anything they can help them do during treatment.
Okay, fair enough. They are not allowed to administer medication?
Tennessee is different with advanced EMTs. I was a basic in Arkansas, so I know they're allowed to do some here. I don't know because I was never an advanced.
Okay, sounds good. So as a paramedic though, you were able to administer medications?
Yes,
What year did you receive your paramedic certification?
2021.
So right before you came to Nashville to start at Muncie.
Yes.
And when you came to Nashville to start at school, I'm assuming you started as a freshman or you had credit already?
I had transfer credits.
Were you still a freshman?
Yes.
And were you working during that time?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be 2021? And where were you working?
When I first started school, I was at Emerson Ambulance back home, and then I started working at Hobby Lobby for a little bit to take a break.
One of my favorite places. Okay. And what about when you came to Nashville?
That Hobby Lobby was here in Nashville.
Oh, hi. Okay.
Yeah.
How long did you work at Hobby Lobby?
Roughly 5 or 6 months until I started at Vanderbilt.
When did you, so did you have any employment between Hobby Lobby and Vanderbilt? When did you start at Vanderbilt?
March
If you
of
say Hobby Lobby, I'm gonna have to mute before Dallas come in here.
And what position did you start off at? Paramedic. What department? Would that be emergency?
Yes.
Did you work in any other department at Vanderbilt outside of the emergency department before February 2023?
They're just gonna keep saying it. I just saw somebody make a request. Okay, so what is actually happening? The purpose of this is the person who attempted to administer. Remember, the first set of fentanyl was considered to be wasted. This is the state has already completed their deposition of her. She's not available, so they agreed to do a deposition and record it. The defense is now asking questions on their behalf. What the purpose of the defense's portion is, don't know, because they're still in her background. And yes, he does not like Hobby Lobby. He thinks he likes Hobby Lobby. That's because I got a lot of things from Hobby Lobby during the holidays. I know this is off topic, but I got a lot of things during the holidays from Hobby Lobby. And later on, we end up taking him to a hobby store. You know, Dallas loves all things cars, Fast and Furious, RC cars, and there is a hobby store next to the place we went for Denver's birthday. We take the boys there, all the slides, Slick City or something like that. There's a hobby store next to Slick City. Hobby store has people working on cars, building cars, racing cars. So whenever he sees the hobby store, he calls it Hobby Lobby because he knows that's the store that I was going in. So he thinks Hobby Lobby is the hobby store with RC cars. And so every time he wants to get into cars, he wants to go to Hobby Lobby, but he really means the hobby store.
So by the time that by the time it's February the 25th of 2023, you have been at Vanderbilt working as a paramedic in the emergency department for almost a year. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I'm assuming you were going to school during the day?
Yes.
And then working at night?
Yes.
What were your hours during that time?
If it was I started on night shift from 7P to 7A, and I moved to a mid shift from 3P to 3A at some point. I think I was working mid shift by then.
Okay. So 3 p.m. to
3 a.m.
And I'm assuming you guys work 12-hour shifts. How many days per week were you working 12-hour shifts?
3 to 4.
So it's full-time and full-time student.
Yes.
Could you tell us exactly what your title was from March of 2022 to February of 2023?
Paramedic.
And nothing else in between?
No.
Did you hold any supervisory roles or anything of that nature?
The last 2 months that I was employed in the ER, I became a paramedic lead.
Okay.
That's it.
And can you tell me when would the last 2 months be? I know you said
August and September. I left September 24th.
September 24th. So September 2024, that's when you moved to your current position.
2023.
23. Okay. So September 2023 is when you left the emergency room department and came to your current position.
Yes.
And your current position again is?
A critical care medic for Lifeline.
Is that viewed almost as if it's a promotion, if you will? Or it's just like a lateral move?
Lateral transfer.
Okay. In your position as a paramedic in the emergency department back in 2023, February, tell us exactly what your average day responsibilities would be.
So I would come to work, clock in, check off all of our equipment throughout the department, look at the board, see what patients we have, get off-going shift report from off-going paramedics, and just help wherever the nurses need me and whatever I was told to do.
When you say check equipment, what type of equipment are we talking about?
Our crash carts, our trauma equipment, all of our cabinets, all of our carts, make sure everything's stocked for the shift.
Okay. And is medication in any of these cabinets or no? So what would be in your carts and cabinets and things of that nature?
IV supplies, trying to think, like bandaging things, basic things.
Almost like support supplies for the nurses and things of that nature. Okay. So you will come to work, you check the equipment, see what patients are there in the emergency room, and then I'm assuming you then wait for someone to give you instruction as to where they would need your support. Who would primarily be the people who would come to you and ask you for support? Would it be the nurses, doctors?
Yes.
Both?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a particular doctor and or nurse that anyone was assigned to?
No.
It could be anyone. How many, if you know, how many nurses would you say would be on duty at any given time at Vanderbilt's emergency back then?
I do not know.
You know? Okay. You know how many patients the emergency room department, in terms of rooms, how many rooms of patients do you guys take care of?
I don't have an exact number. I know we go up to 38, like physical rooms,
38.
but it could be more. Not 100%.
Yeah, I've seen sometimes with the patients in hallways because they're running like rooms. Who would have been your supervisor back then?
As our paramedic supervisor, it would have been Eric Frank.
Eric Frank. Did you guys have more than one supervisor?
For paramedics, no, he was our overall paramedic lead.
So outside of Mr. Frank, everyone was in the same role and position?
Yes.
Were you supervised directly by any doctors and or nurses?
No.
And so you, on February 25th of 2023, I'm assuming based on your prior answer, the only reason you remember that you were working that particular day is because you checked the records.
Yes.
And that makes sense, right? It was 3 years ago. You're stating that you were on duty there from 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. during that time?
I believe if it was my normal shift, then yes. I don't know exactly what my shift was.
And do you remember at all Ms. Benning coming to the emergency department on that evening?
I do not.
Do you remember which nurse and or doctor that you were working with on that day?
I do not.
Do you remember whether or not during that time that there were more than 38 patients, or it was pretty hectic during that time, or if it was just a normal call day? Do you remember anything?
I do not.
I should probably just ask you this. Do you remember anything about that day?
I do not.
And trust me, it's fair. That was 3 years ago, so that's fair. Okay. During your position and your daily duties at the emergency department, do you ever have interaction with family members or things of that nature?
Yes.
And what type of interactions would you have with individual patients, family members, and things of that nature?
If they're in the room, treatment plan of what we're doing and what's going on and everything.
Would you be the individual that communicates that treatment plan to the family members?
It's typically the MDs, but if we come in and we start doing something, that's when I would explain what was going on.
And when you say that you would explain what was going on, you would explain what?
Like, hey, I'm about to start an IV.
Oh,
Typical things.
not what the doctors are going to do, just this is what I'm going to do.
Correct.
Now, do you have any authority to, on your own, determine what type of medication a patient should receive?
Not in the ER.
Not in the ER, okay? Do you have on your own any type of authority as it relates to any type of treatment, not medication, but an IV and or a bandage or anything like that? Can you assess a patient on your own and say, this patient needs an IV or this patient needs a bandage?
I have to obtain orders from the doctor.
I'm sorry,
I have to obtain orders from the doctor to
from
do
the doctor.
these.
Can you obtain those type of orders from a nurse?
No.
Only a doctor.
Yes.
And so when you looked at the records for Ms. Benning back on February 25th of 2023, I'm assuming you noticed, like we all, that you had pulled some medication that day. And you said before that you dispensed medication.
Yes.
Tell us again exactly what dispense means in the EMT, emergency room department world.
Pulling it from the machine that stocks it, where it's stored. Just pulling it out of the machine.
Okay. And so if anyone is like me, what do you mean pulling it out of the machine? What does that mean?
We go in, type in the patient's name, type what medicine we need, and pull it out of the machine, and we have the medication now.
Okay. So I'm assuming then there's some type of machine that houses medication.
Yes.
And that machine, does it house all medications or only controlled substances or things of that nature?
It houses all medications. It's not only controlled substances.
Okay. And so if you are dispensing, which we now know the EMT emergency room department world means pulling it out from the machine that houses the medication for the emergency department, we can assume, can we not, that a doctor, because you said you cannot take orders from a nurse, right? That a doctor had to have told you to do so.
Correct.
Because you otherwise would not get medication out of it.
Correct.
What credentials must you put in order to obtain those medications?
The patient's name and the first 5 letters of the medication you're trying to access.
Do you have to give any identifying information from you?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what that is.
It's our login, our ID, and our password.
Anything else besides your ID, your password, the name of the first 5 letters of the name of the patient, and the actual medicine?
It's the first 5 letters of the medication and the name of the full name of the patient.
Okay. Do you have to give the patient's date of birth?
No, I don't believe.
Do you have to put anything in there as it relates to the doctor who gave you the authority? And so we see that on February 25th of 2023 at 23:27, which is 11:27 p.m.
Yes.
That you first pulled midazolam.
Yes.
What is midazolam?
Another name for it is Versed, and it's just a sedative.
A sedative means that it does what to a patient?
It calms them down. We give it for seizures a lot. It just kind of relaxes their muscles.
Okay. Does it put them to sleep?
Patient dependent.
Okay, so it can make you drowsy, but it's not an agent that puts you under.
It can't. It depends on the patient. Everyone handles meds differently,
Okay.
so it depends on the patient.
Well, let me ask you this. If someone wanted to cause someone to go into an unconscious state, would they use midazolam in that type of arena to make that happen?
Yes.
And then we also saw that you also pulled fentanyl.
Yes.
What is fentanyl?
It is a pain medication.
Is it also used as a sedative?
Yeah.
It is solely for pain.
Yes.
So one can assume then that if you are administering pain medication to a patient, then that patient had to have been in some sort of pain.
Yes.
And how would you know a patient is in pain?
That will tell us.
I noticed, if I could, you reviewed your records when you
Yes.
prepared for today.
Yes.
I want to show you what I'm going to mark as okay. Can she tell me? So she's a witness. I'm gonna mark it once they get as Appendix Exhibit 1. Take a look at Appendix Exhibit number 1. Have you ever seen that document?
Yes.
Okay. When did you see that document?
A strip of only what I had done under my name was emailed to me.
Okay. Who was it emailed to you by?
That I do not know.
Do you, what email would they have emailed it to you?
My work email.
Your parent work email?
Yes.
Are you able to go back and take a look and see who emailed that document to you?
I don't have the ability on my phone.
Not now, but at some point.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when it was emailed to you?
No.
Was it this year?
Yes.
Was it in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
And you just don't remember who it was? Who have you been in contact with in preparation for your testimony today?
My lawyer.
Who is your lawyer?
Anthony Bills.
Have you been in contact with anyone else?
No. I got the subpoena emailed to me and that was it.
Okay. So then the only person that you've been in contact with as it relates to your testimony here today was your attorney?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute.
In these records, you notice that your name was present.
Yes,
Do you also notice where it states ABS override pool?
yes.
What does that mean?
It means if we have a patient coming in or a patient that needs emergency medication right at that moment, we can go in and override and just pull the medication that we need as told by a doctor.
Okay. Why would you need to override it?
Because they don't have time to go in and put the orders in the computer. Because it's an emergent situation and something's happening that we need those medications.
Okay, so is there another protocol for or dispensing, medication outside of this ABS?
Oh, wow. What is happening today? I already had a Pepsi today. I can't be
So
drinking all these damn
since
Pepsi.
if you want medication, you have to do an ABS override?
Oh, no.
Okay. So what would you do if it wasn't an override?
The
Girl,
orders
she
would be
said they were
written by
wasted.
the physician, and we would go in and be able to call them.
Okay, so then what you're saying is that the normal protocol is that a doctor would put in orders for medication.
Yes,
And it is because of those orders that you can then go to the machine that houses the medication. Does that machine have a name, by the way?
the Omnicell.
Omnicell? OMNI? CELS? So, in a normal procedure or protocol, doctors put in orders into a system. That system somehow communicates to the Omnicell
Yes,
and allows for you to go in and then put in the patient's name, the first 5 letters of the medication, your ID and password, and the medication is dispensed.
yes,
But in this instance for Ms. Benning, there were no orders in the system
yes,
for the Omnicell to recognize
yes,
because of the emergency situation.
yes.
And so because of that, you implemented the ABS override pool.
Yes.
And what exactly is the override pool? What do you have to do there?
We hit, it's a button, medication override, and the reason, emergency, whatever the reason is for needing it overridden, so that it's all documented.
In that situation, what would the reason have been, if you know?
I don't know the exact reason.
Okay. Would it have been communicated to you?
Yes,
Okay. Who would have communicated that to you?
the pharmacist or the doctor.
Is it required for you to put in that reason every time you do an ABS override?
Yes,
Without that, you cannot administer it. Dispense it.
correct.
Okay. And so then we can assume that when you did this ABS override pool, there was a reason stated as to why you were able to do that.
Yes,
When you put that reason into the system, are you also inputting the individual who communicated the reason to you?
No.
Just only the reason?
yes.
How many doctors would you say are on duty at any given time during the 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. shift?
I don't have an exact number.
Would it be more than 1?
Yes,
Okay. More than 5?
yes.
More than 10?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I'm starting to hear Judge Mathis in my head.
Who would tell you
Yeah.
the dosage of the medication?
It was dispensed but wasted.
When the doctor is communicating this information to you in this emergency situation where the orders are not put into the system, are you taking notes or are you just memorizing?
When we pull the medication from the Omnicell, it is the whole vial. So we go and pull the medication, we come back to the doctor and verify the dose before giving it.
Okay. So when the doctor is communicating to you before you go to the Omnicell, you're not taking notes or anything at that time, you
This is
just
not funny.
remember.
I'm sorry if y'all hear that laugh.
The
I speak
medication,
all
yes.
cute in the other
I
room.
noticed them.
So because we see in these records that there was a fentanyl pool, there was a midazolam pool, and an override situation, then we can, based on what you just testified here today, assume that there was a doctor who communicated this information to you in terms of what the patient needed.
Yes.
Now, when you dispense the medication, who administers the medication? Meaning, who gives the patient this medication?
Either myself or a nurse.
Not the doctor?
Typically, no.
Okay. And how is fentanyl and midazolam administered to a patient?
Through an IV.
And just so that we're clear for the sake of the jury, when we're dispensing medication in this setting, that means you're taking it from the IV center. When you're administering medication in this setting, you're actually giving it to the patient.
That's correct.
And so, at some point, based on your testimony, it was determined that this medication would not be given to this patient, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, who would have told you that? So someone had to have told you to get the medication, dispense it. Who would have told you not to administer it?
The doctor.
The same person.
Yes.
Is there anyone else who could have given you the authority not to administer that medication?
Yes. Another doctor.
Okay, but it had to be a doctor.
Yes.
Okay, not the RN or a nurse practitioner. And again, as these doctors are communicating to you, you're not taking notes or anything. You're just on the spot. You're moving.
Yes.
So it is now determined that you did not administer, the doctor makes the, based on the records, make the determination that you're not going to administer these medications to the doctor. What do you do with those medications?
They are wasted.
Are they wasted immediately?
Yes.
And how are they wasted?
We have a system in the Omni cell where we go in and waste it with a witness, and then they are disposed of. And it's called a cactus. It's a drug disposal thing that we squirt the medication into.
Okay. Is that in the Omni cell as well?
It's beside it. Yes.
Right beside it. Is it a separate machine?
Yes.
Okay. And does it require any information on your part in order for you to dispose of the medication into that machine?
Yes.
And what is that machine called?
It's a non-machine. It's just a waste receptacle.
Oh, it's just a waste receptacle.
Yes.
Is that those red things you see with the danger?
A little different.
Okay. Okay. And you said, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the answer. Are there things you have to put in there? No, it's just, you're putting it in.
Correct. It's documented in the Omni cell.
Okay. So first you document the fact that we are going to waste this medication in the Omnis.
Correct.
You then go to the receptacle, for lack of a better word, and actually squirt that medication from the syringe
Yes.
into the receptacle.
Yes.
What do you do with the syringes?
Throw them away.
In the trash or something? Is there a special place for you to dispose of the syringes?
Yes, we have trash cans and biohazard trash.
Okay. When you dispose of the medication and you're inputting it into the IV cell, are you also putting the reason that you're disposing?
Yes.
And where are you getting that reason from?
The doctors.
Or are you having to list the doctor's name that told you that? And you stated, I think you said something about the patient changed, and that's how you knew that that you disposed of it? How did you know that you disposed of that medication? For Ms. Benning particularly?
Yes, in the report, it states that I wasted it, and under the reason it states patient condition change.
Okay. And what report are you speaking to in that regard?
It's a continuation of this report.
Okay. A continuation, you mean medical records?
No, it's all of it's in the medication report.
Okay. On the document Defendant's Exhibit 1 that's in front of you, is that information on this sheet? So there's another document somewhere that states that?
Yes.
But it's not a UNC medical record?
Yes, it is.
Would your name be attached to that as well?
Yes.
Have you seen that?
This is taking me to Judge Mathis. I know a crackhead when I see a crackhead. I'm from Detroit.
I'm sorry.
That's the one that was emailed to me. I'm not sure exactly when I received it.
In
So
addition
what happened to the minutes?
Defendant's Exhibit 1?
I only received a strip that showed my name and then what I.
Well, why would you go get a lawyer? Because somebody said you was at work
It just showed
working.
my name and what my involvement.
Okay. And that, was it a screenshot of the document?
Yes.
So then it would have been attached to an email,
Yes.
not the email itself. And what I mean by that is, you know, sometimes you'll receive an email and there's a screenshot within the email,
Yes.
as opposed to an actual document that you have to click on and download to review
Yes. I believe it was just in the email.
in the email itself. And just so we're clear, because I don't want to confuse that, what you received is different than your Defendant's Exhibit 1.
Yes, it's less information. It is only.
Don't make me say why she ain't available today. I'm trying to figure this out.
Parts on here and only what I was involved in. It doesn't have, it's not the full of all the other medications. It's only what I was involved with.
Fair enough, thank you. And in Defendant's Exhibit 1, is it fair to say that Defendant's Exhibit 1 would be, if you looked at just the two strips of where you were involved, would it be fair to say that the information you received is different than what's in those strips shown on Defendant's Exhibit 1 because it doesn't show where the medication was wasted?
Correct.
Because in Defendant's Exhibit 1, we don't see that, right?
Correct.
When we see the statement, "Do not to must always be secured," what does that mean? If you know.
Oh, is that on here?
Yes, ma'am. For the record, what she says is that on here, she's looking at Defendant's Exhibit 1.
Where on the, oh, there it is. I believe it's referring to not, you can't send it through the tube system in the hospital like we send labs, because it's a controlled substance, so we can't just send it through the hospital. If we were, for some, we would never have a reason to do that, but that's all that means.
Okay.
Is do not put it in the tube system.
Let's keep those separate and secure.
Yes.
When we see the status as active, what does that mean? On the right-hand side.
I do not know.
When you look at it, it says ordering mode standard. What does that mean?
I also do not know.
Well, what do we know? Can we do that? Because this is a long time to this.
You see there where it says at the bottom, package, and then it gives a number. Specifically under fentanyl, it says package 0409-9094-12. Do you know what that number pertains to? Fair enough. And finally, when you see frequency from 225.23 and 23.27 until discontinued, what does that mean to you, if anything?
I guess to me, that's until they decide that we don't need it anymore, or until they discontinue the order.
Okay, and when you say they, you're speaking about the doctors?
Correct.
And to be clear, you would have nothing to do with the decision to administer these medications?
Correct.
Yes. And you would have nothing to do with the amount of medication that is determined that needs to be administered?
Correct.
When you, and if you know the answer to this question, you can answer it if you don't. When you see fentanyl, well, let me back that up. If someone was coming in for a potential overdose for any type of drug, would you expect to see fentanyl administered? If you know the answer, if you don't, that's fine.
I do not know the answer to that.
And reason being, because you're not the one who made those determinations, right? So that was an unfair question, I apologize. But what we can say is that we know for certain, based on the records you reviewed, that at 23:27, on February 25th, 2023, although it states that fentanyl was dispensed, you did not, and anyone to your knowledge, administer fentanyl to Ms. Jade Benning.
That is correct.
And let me be honest. So, Ms. Smith, we're going to, I'm done at this time, but, and this is beyond your purview, but I want to send it on the record. We would like for you to grab that document, that medical record, where it states that you actually disposed of it, so that we can at some point talk to you again about it. And we'll work with the prosecution to that regard, okay? But we do want you to move. Okay. All right, at this time, I'm passing this. And for the record, I would just like to say that we're not done necessarily with this witness until we deal with the issue of this record we have not seen.
Okay, here, Judge. Who's the next witness?
Dr. Brooklyn.
What I say? What did I say?
And I believe, Ms. Collins, this is in the medical records, but you mentioned it during the deposition. Do you want this marked as a separate exhibit?
Yes, please.
All right, release 60.
Your Honor, I would just renew my request that Dr. Larry not be asked about any testing that's not admitted as evidence as an exhibit.
Okay. I'm gonna send Larry step up.
What document was that? Was that the document? Hold on, guys. Because at the end of the deposition, she said that we're not done with you. we still need something from you. We need that document that says for sure that y'all disposed of this medication and nobody gave it to Jade. And she said, we'll work with the prosecution to get back to you, but we're not finished with this witness until we get that document. Was that the document?
We're going to, I'm done at this time, but, and this is beyond your purview, but I want to say it on the record. We would like for you to grab that document, that medical record, where it states that you actually disposed of it, so that we can at some point talk to you again about it. And we'll work with the prosecution to that regard, okay? But we do want you to look. Okay. All right, at this time, I'm passing this. And for the record, I would just like to say that we're not done necessarily with this witness until we deal with the issue of this record we have not seen.
Okay.
We are not done with this witness until we deal with the issue of the record not seen.
Dr. Brooklyn.
And I believe, Ms. Collins, this is in the medical records, but you mentioned it during the deposition. Do you want this marked as a separate exhibit?
Yes, please.
All right, for B60.
No, he just said, I was trying to make sure that he was saying that that document that he had was what that. So at the end of it, at the end of the deposition, she said that, you know, I'm not done with this. I'm done for now, but we need that document that says that that Fenty was absolutely disposed of and did not go to Jade, and said that, you know, we'll communicate through you through the prosecution, but I'm not done with this witness until we get that document. Then the judge said, I couldn't hear him at first, but then the judge said, the document that you mentioned in the deposition is right here in the medical records. Do we want to go ahead and enter it? So now we know for sure, deposition plus document means that first round of that Fenty that was dispensed did not go to Jade in the hospital. Now, I believe there was a second round. The first round would have been before that first sample. I believe the second round would have been after that first urine sample, which means it should not have been in her system. And now we're moving on to the good doctor, who she wants to make sure the jury hears her say that you should not be talking about any testing. I would think so, Hannah. It's a pretty bad thing right now.
Just renew my request that Dr. Larry not be asked about any testing that's not admitted as evidence as an exhibit.
Okay. I'm going to send Larry step up.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, so help you God? Yes.
This is strategic as shit, too.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Brooklyn. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Brooklyn, I'm sorry. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure, it's Dr. Rebecca Bruccoleri, REBECCA BRUCCOLERI.
And how are you employed, Dr. Bruccoleri?
I'm employed by Vanderbilt University Medical Center as the medical director of the Tennessee Poison Center and a medical toxicologist.
And how long have you been employed with Vanderbilt?
Since October 2018.
And I want to ask you a question in regards to
Not Vanderbilt doctor that works on
Jade
poison.
Benning. Are you familiar with the patient at Vanderbilt by the name of Jade Benning?
Yes.
And do you remember about the time that she was being treated at Vanderbilt?
Yes.
Was there an occasion where you were involved with her treatment?
Yes.
And you
Hold on,
explained
guys,
to the
I'm
jury
sorry.
exactly. And how are you employed, Dr. Bucalari?
I'm employed by Vanderbilt University Medical Center as the medical director of the Tennessee Poison Center and a medical toxicologist.
And how long have you been employed with Vanderbilt?
Since October 2018.
I had to make sure I heard that right.
And I want to ask
Y'all
you
got
a
the
question
Tennessee
in
Poison
regards
Center
to
up here.
the treatment of
For the
Jade
defendant?
Benning. Are you familiar with the patient at Vanderbilt by the name of Jade Benning?
Yes.
And do you remember about the time that she was being treated at Vanderbilt?
Yes.
Was there an occasion where you were involved with her treatment?
Yes.
And you explained to the jury exactly what your involvement was.
Yes. I was called shortly after she was admitted to the ICU to assist in drug testing because there was concern that Ms. Benning had been poisoned.
And do you remember about the time that she was admitted to the hospital?
She was admitted at about 9 to 10 p.m. on February 25th, 2023.
And who contacted you? Well, let me ask you this. What is your role there at Vanderbilt directly?
I provide inpatient and outpatient medical toxicology consults.
Okay. What exactly does that mean?
So I can provide advice on toxicologic cases, so whether or not someone's been poisoned, intentional overdoses, unintentional overdoses, adverse medication reactions, and envenomations.
And you just stated something about unintentional overdoses. Is that what you stated?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what exactly that means?
So a prime example of an unintentional overdose is if a small child finds a pill on the ground that one of their caregivers has left and ingested it, and the management of that.
And so what would your involvement be in a case like that?
So I would provide advice on how to treat the poisoning. It could be a myriad of drugs that could be one, but for example, something like a blood pressure medication could be ingested by a small child, and then I would provide treatment recommendations to the team on how to manage that.
When you were notified, or let me ask you a better question. Do you remember the exact day you were notified in regards to Jade Benning's treatment?
Yes,
And who contacted you?
the ICU team.
And for what purpose were they calling you in specifically as it relates to Jade Benning?
They wanted help with extended drug testing.
And what type of service did you provide?
I provided advice on extended drug testing.
Did you have an occasion to pull urine for or from Ms. Benning? Meaning, did you order a urine analysis or a drug test, drug screen?
I did help with drug testing.
Okay. And do you remember what day that was?
So I assisted in ordering, I don't remember the exact date and time for each time that I called the lab, but I assisted on add-on testing for urine that was already in the lab. And then at the end of her hospital stay, I helped order arsenic testing.
I want to draw your attention as to whether or not, well, let me ask a better question. Once that you order testing, where do you send your testing to? Meaning, where do you go? What lab do you utilize for your testing?
So for the add-on testing, there were 2 labs that I had advised or helped with ordering for, that was NMS Labs and Arab Labs. And then for the arsenic testing, that went to Arab Labs.
And I would like to show you what has been marked now as, well, I'd like to show you an exhibit, please.
What referencing?
Now, I want to show you my exhibit that I'm handing her. It's not offering to evidence.
Your Honor, Dr. Bergolieri cannot authenticate documents, but it's very specific. She needs to be called about what's already been introduced.
That's what I, you said it was an exhibit, what number?
No, it's not an exhibit that's already been introduced. She's a witness. I don't understand why I can't give her a document, and if she can authenticate it, why am I not allowed to enter it into evidence?
Let the jury step down the hallway.
Here we go.
Is this something, General Norman, you referenced before this witness was called?
Yes, Your Honor, it's exactly what I referenced before this witness was called.
And what, I don't know, what tests are you talking about that haven't been made exhibits?
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking me.
No.
Your Honor, work order 23078883, which is what this is about, it was not introduced as an exhibit. Dr. Mithen we did not submit it. Dr. Mithen did not testify about it.
What is it?
It is a urine test on a urine that was collected on 2/26/26 at 0922. We did not submit that lab test through Dr. Mithen. This is part of the NMS lit pack. Dr. Mithen is not here to testify about any of the test
Well,
results.
I don't know. I guess my question, why wasn't it admitted?
I'm sorry?
Why wasn't it asked about?
We purposely did not ask about it because there was confusion about the date. And that was the limited testimony of Dr. Mithen, is that we showed that the work order was not the same as the one before, that.
But it's their case in chief. It's not cross-examination.
25, 23, 22, 59. It was a completely different sample, and that is what was sent to CFSRE. We have had no testimony.
And this
about-
one deals with what? Which one?
Deals with, that's the thing, it's not in evidence. It's a
Which-
secondary urine sample.
226/1335 or 227/23 at 4 o'clock?
No, it's neither, I'm saying it's not either one of those. This has not been
That's only
submitted.
3 I've seen or heard reference to in the medical.
Correct. There has not been testimony related to this, other than to point out that the work order was different, and she knew for certain that the sample transferred to CFSRE was from 2/25/23 to 22/59.
What are you wanting to ask this witness?
Specifically, I would like to address two things with this witness. There is in fact an email between this witness and Dr. Methune in regards to a sample, a designer opioid screen from 2/25/23 at 22:59. In this email,
That's been testified about.
I'm sorry,
There have been references to that.
yes, and there's been an issue as to whether or not that urine screen was in fact on 2/26 or 2/25. I have an email in front of me from Dr. Bergolieri where she references a sample from 2/25/23 at 22:59. That date
is extremely important to the defense
It's
because
been, that's 225, 23, 22, 59 is not an issue.
it is an issue on our side, Your Honor.
That's,
Your Honor, you
is
can
that
make,
the urine screen you're concerned about, General Warren? 225, 23, and 22, 59?
That 225, 23, and 2259 is a completely separate work order, and that is an evidence, and she's more than
Right.
welcome to ask about that. She is trying to ask about this other urine sample that we've had no testimony about. It was not admitted as evidence in any way, shape, or form.
Then I guess I need to go back to Ms. Hollins. You've not told me anything that the state's objecting to, so what else are you wanting to ask the witness?
in addition to that, I would like to offer, there is a test from CSFRE where there is coca-ethylene that was found in the urine of Ms. Benning,
That's been testified about.
not by this witness.
Okay, maybe you're jumping the gun, I don't know. She's apparently not asking about any other urine screen.
Judge, this email is about a urine screen that is not in evidence at all. NMS has not testified to it.
Well, that doesn't make,
Dr.
that doesn't
Larry
matter
cannot
if you think.
authenticate anything about the results of this test because we would have to have the NMS toxicologist
There's
testify
not been
about it.
testimony about it. You're saying the only testimony about coca-ethylene was from a blood test.
No, Judge, I'm talking about the emails and the first test that she wants to ask about.
There's been testimony about coca-ethylene, right?
Okay, so we're talking about a separate issue.
Coming from where?
Judge, which CFSRE report are you referring to?
2023-0090.
I have no objection to her asking
That's
about.
what I said. It sounded like we were jumping the gun.
I was going back to the original because you referenced a urine screen.
She was talking about a urine screen.
So she's not going to be allowed to.
Show Ms. Holland the group of things that you're holding there when you're talking about objecting. And see if she has any plans of going into that.
Either one of these work orders, I am objecting.
Yeah, I didn't realize that my evidence was confined to what the state offered into
Well,
evidence.
you would have to be, there would have to be a foundation for it. Who did it? And wonder what, so what is your answer to her question?
I'm not trying to offer those test results.
She's not
I
trying
am
to offer.
speaking to this email written by this witness referencing a urine sample from 2/25/23. The purpose of that,
Is that an issue?
it is to.
Yes, on the grounds that it's hurting my case.
If she is going to get into the lab.
She just said she wasn't.
Well, Judge,
Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right.
And in terms of I am wanting to get into the results of the coca-ethylene found in the CSFRE.
And that has been testified to.
What, one of those work order numbers?
This work
No,
order
the
is,
one she just showed you on her file there.
no, it's not.
On the manila file, you had two.
this work order that's, the email is about, is this work order that is not in evidence. The email is about something that is not in evidence.
Is that accurate?
I'm not trying to enter those results, Your
Oh,
Honor. I am trying to simply enter an email from this witness referencing.
show this witness that email and she can clear up what work order it's about.
Jury's out.
And I included,
Hang on. all of that information you're looking at, Doctor, concerning 225, 23, 22, 59 years?
So, as best to my memory, it is not. This is in reference to a different specimen number. So at the time this was done, which was April 6, 2023, there was some differences in lab collection dates and times to what was matched in the EPIC record. I am pretty sure this is referencing the lab that was actually done at 2/26, 2023 at 9:22 a.m. And this specimen did not ever go to CFSRE because it went back to the crime lab. So
Okay.
this is
Find
not.
out what you're wanting to ask about.
So I'm not interested in getting in the results of that test. I am simply interested.
She's saying this email applies to a total another work order that wasn't sent in MS.
Again, I am not trying to enter into evidence any results from any test.
But why would you want an email about a test that wasn't tested?
Because there's a date on there that is very important to
Ask her
my
what you
client's
wanted
case.
to ask.
Thank you. Is there a date that you are referencing in your email, Dr. Brooklyn?
Yes, and I am saying at that time, it was incorrect, because when you backtrace this work order to the specimen ID into the EPIC medical record, it is a different date and time, which was not discovered until after this email was sent.
And that's fine. I just want to reference the actual date that you have in that email. Back on April, I believe it's the 6th, 2023.
The date that I have is 2/25/23 at 22:59.
Thank you. That's all I needed. And then,
She's saying that's not accurate.
I understand.
So you're
The
entitled to
state-
introduce relevant evidence, not evidence that's not relevant.
The state has made it an issue that that date is not accurate. They have made that
So
an
that
issue.
date's accurate.
May I finish, Your Honor?
220, you're saying the state's saying 2/25/23 and 22/59 is not accurate?
That is correct. They have stated that in their
No,
case
they're
in
not
chief.
stating that. That's accurate. But you're asking about another work order that's not been testified to in the record, so how do we know what the results were?
I'm not trying to get into the results.
But you're
Of
wanting
that
an email
test.
to confuse the jury about what's going on here.
Did you just accuse her of confusing the jury?
I'm not allowed to see email, so anything
No.
else.
That's fine.
All right, let the jury say
I'm-
that.
I'm not done.
Oh.
I have another test. As
Okay.
I stated, there is another work order that Dr. Brucaleri is aware of where Ms. Benning tested positive for cocaethylene. I simply want her to have the opportunity to testify about that because
What
it goes
work
to
order
my
is that?
clients. It is work order number 2023-0090.
Was that tested
Yes, it was.
by Vanderbilt?
Yes, it was tested by Vanderbilt, but what's in question is what went to CSFRE, which is,
What?
it went to the Center for Forensic Research and Education.
But your hospital tested it and it showed what?
So it went to NMS lab, so our hospital drew it, sent it to NMS
The
lab.
hospital didn't test it.
Our hospital, sent it for extended drug screening to NMS. I do not.
Vanderbilt Hospital test what she's asking about.
Could you repeat the question, Your Honor?
Did Vanderbilt Hospital test what this lawyer's asking about?
I don't know if they ran tests on that sample
Should I know?
themselves.
She has personal knowledge that Ms. Benning tested positive for cocaethylene.
Is that accurate?
Yes,
From what source?
that's from the Center for Forensic Research and Education.
She didn't do the test.
But she has personal knowledge and
It'd be
she's
hearsay.
a toxicologist, Your Honor. And she's treated Jade
But
Benning.
you want everything to be reliable, right?
No, what I would like
You
is for
don't want
this,
everything to be reliable.
May I finish, sir, please?
Just answer my question.
I
You
would-
want all the test results to be reliable.
I would love for that,
Okay,
but
well,
that's
we
not
don't
the
have the
case.
people that did this test. Did you subpoena them?
I don't need the people to be
Well, then
that
she
test.
can't testify about the results of someone else's test.
She can testify about her personal knowledge
She doesn't
because
have personal knowledge.
she just told you she did.
It's from another testing agent.
It doesn't matter, she got,
Okay, well. I
you can
think
make
it's
your
right.
ruling, Your Honor, and that's
I
fine.
ruled, so that's out.
And what is your
else do
ruling?
you want? I just said it's out.
Thank
What
you.
else do you want to ask her?
There's nothing else.
Okay, let the jury step in.
Can I get my test back, please?
Sure. Subpoena somebody from the lab.
It does. He wants this done today.
My questions have already been asked.
Do we need questions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You get set. Let's do with the next witness.
So the defense calls, well, Eric Devlin.
Why are you on your feet?
Judge. I don't know.
All right, yeah, look, get him, somebody, let the lawyers.
I said that was going to start happening, Kathy, that people were going to start feeling more sorry for Blaise than they are for Jade because of other folks' actions. My thing is, if the cocaethylene is in her system and it's in such a small amount as you stated, why would you care? Why do you care that it's in? Why do you care that it was found? Why do you care that people know about it? Because you know that this is going to take away from your narrative. If everything that was found is mentioned and it takes away from your case, don't you think you should have took another look at your case? But trying to hide it from the jury and keep having all these dang on arguments about it is to do what? And that's the thing, Kathy. It causes more questions. Like, when did she drink alcohol? Apparently at the same time that she had cocaine. But when did it happen? How did it happen? Who did it happen with? No alcohol was found. He left directly after. No alcohol in the home, apparently. But this investigation sucked. That's just the long and short of it. The investigation sucked. And I'm gonna play devil's advocate and tell y'all exactly where I think it sucked at. And I understand that this may ruffle some feathers or it may not sound the best right now. But if I end up in the hospital because y'all say my boyfriend poisoned me, that he put something in my drink, he ain't put it in with his toes. Why the fuck y'all didn't grab him by the wrist and check his hands? Do a test. Check the ends of his sleeves if he had them on. Check his clothes. Check his hair. Check his toxicology. Check his fingerprints. He touched it, but he don't have nothing on him. Ain't found like y'all found a little sugar packet or something inside of the what you call them. If he didn't put it in her trash can, because we know Goof Troop and the crew went through the trash and knocked on neighbors' doors and asked them questions. So where else would a sugar packet be besides in his pocket, in his sock, in his car? And he sat there the entire time. That's why I feel like I can say, why don't y'all check his pockets and shit? Because if he had that shit in his pockets or on his hands or on his person, he wouldn't have sat at the fucking hospital till they kicked him out. His car was in the parking lot the entire time. Anybody could have walked out there. One of 3 officers at least could have walked out there and checked his damn car or asked him could he check it. Y'all was securing and releasing scenes.
And let the lawyer judge.
I feel like I can say it now because we at the end of it. But at the end of the day, if you think that I was poisoned by something, no, I wouldn't have a stash of it somewhere in my house unless there was something to believe that it was self-administered and I fucked up. Right? But at the very least, I think that they should put out them little paper tabs that they do at the airport when they pick you randomly and rub it all over your hands and let you stand there. He should have been standing there with his hands out, see if it turned colors. At least do what TSA do. God dang. But again, like I said, somebody who was trying to hide that would have been sitting around. Or y'all would have had him going to the bathroom, washing his hands, or going to the bathroom and getting it off, or whatever. Nobody ever said first thing he did was going to go wash his hands, or he went to the bathroom, or the first thing he did was go to the bathroom, or he deviated from the trip when we left to go from the house to the emergency room, or he was still sitting in his car when we walked in the emergency room. My sister wasn't like nothing.
You have to sit back there outside, sir. Get a Mario or follow me.
I don't, and I don't want to say that because I don't want to blame Jade because Jade is no longer here. So I apologize up front if this doesn't come off the way I want it to. All I'm gonna say is that if I felt like something was wrong with me and I didn't understand it and I didn't know what to do, I 300% have a husband, but I'm calling my mama. I'm calling my mama. Okay? I'm not. That just asks me about like, was y'all's relationship really what you said it was? You didn't like. Why would you not call your mom unless Najee already knew what y'all was into, or Key had already bought it? And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Sorry, Jade.
The attorney, I'm gonna ask you just some, I don't know about brief, but some questions in terms of the bottom line issue they're wanting to call you, okay?
Yes.
Outside the presence of the jury. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Mario San Bartolome, Mario. Last name is Sanbartolome.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an addiction medicine specialist and family physician.
And can you tell this court a little bit about your education?
Sure. I'm double board certified in family medicine and also in addiction medicine. I'm also a medical review officer, which is the individual that is involved with drug toxicologies as it relates to substances of abuse. And I currently work as an addiction medicine specialist at a community clinic overseeing a treatment and any sort of substance use related things at a fairly qualified health center.
And can you tell us a little bit about your education?
Yes, I went to UC Davis for undergrad and then went to medical school at UC Irvine, followed by residency training at Long Beach Memorial, and then pretty much started practice right around that time.
And have you published any articles?
I have not.
I'm calling 911. Who you telling?
Or worked at addiction treatment centers?
Yes,
That
I
would be
have.
the first thing you would want to do, but I would
Approximately, I'd say 5 or 6. I've been a medical director for every level of what we consider to be along the continuum for addiction treatment. So inpatient, hospital-based detox, inpatient rehab, outpatient, intensive outpatient, and partial hospitalization programs.
And what, if any, other specialized skills and trainings you may have?
Primarily just the added medical review officer, I think, to the addiction medicine board certification.
And do you have any experience treating patients with addiction?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any experience treating pregnant women with addiction?
Yes, I do.
One second. Do you have any experience in dealing with and or diagnosing substance use disorders?
Yes, I do.
And what would some of those be?
The substances? Is that the question?
Yes.
Methamphetamine, cocaine, opioids, alcohol use, cannabinoids, pretty much any substance of abuse, hallucinogens, inhalants.
And what is substance use disorder?
Well, a substance use disorder is a diagnosis that's related to a chronic illness that we call a substance use disorder based off of the substance, the primary substance. And it involves biological, psychological aspects that are typically defined by somebody continuing to do things despite negative consequences.
And have you ever testified before as an expert, as a medical review officer and a addiction specialist?
Yes, I have.
No further questions at this time, no.
Okay.
I would ask that he be tendered as an expert in, as a medical review officer, as well as a addiction medicine specialist.
The state's not so much concerned with his qualifications, but with the relevance.
What are you wanting him to opine for this jury?
I want him to apply for this. Okay. Dr. Mario, in your experience, is pregnancy a automatic stoppage to substance use?
No.
Why not?
Well, because even though it is definitely a well-studied external motivator, in other words, if somebody is in the process of using substances and finds that they're pregnant, it is something that is associated with a higher likelihood of having motivation to stop using. But by itself, it's not something that's a guaranteed that somebody would stop using any substances.
And what is addiction medicine trying to understand?
Well, addiction medicine really deals with judgment. It deals with physiologic changes that drive somebody to have impulsivity, to have the kind of behaviors that can be harmful to them. And despite those things, there's changes in the brain that cause them to continue the behaviors that hurt them. So a lot of it has to do with judgment, and a lot of it has to do with how substances interface.
Can self-reporting in clinical settings, what is your opinion about self-reporting in clinical settings?
Well, it definitely is very valuable. That's what we base all of our screens with. People self-report. It has some limited value in that we are relying that the individual is being forthcoming. And that can be difficult in addiction, because addiction also, or even without addiction, actually just with what we would consider substance use. That means no addiction, no dependence, just they happen to use a substance. But in the setting of screenings and things like that, there's a lot of stigma, unfortunately, that's attached to any substance use. And so sometimes people, they have reasons to fear being forthcoming with certain things that have to do with substances.
If you know, can you please explain what is an opioid epidemic?
Well, the opioid epidemic is currently something that we've experienced since around 1999. Currently, we're in our fourth wave of the opioid epidemic, and everyone's probably seen in the news drugs like fentanyl or heroin. These are class of chemicals that typically we use for pain. And the first wave of that really happened somewhere around 1999. And it was around prescription drugs that doctors would prescribe, and sometimes people could get dependent on them. Now, dependency is not the same thing as addiction. It can even just be dependence. It can be around pain. However, it does leave people where if they stop using it, they experience what we call withdrawal. And withdrawal can be a pretty severe neurologic type of reaction to not having the substance, access to the substance, which then when we clamp down on that and reduce that from the standpoint of the system, it created the second wave. And the second wave was around heroin, where people found that they could no longer access prescription drugs. And so they went to use heroin, which was cheaper and more accessible. The third wave came somewhere around 2012, 2013, which had to do with fentanyl. And that was the beginning of what we see now, where you didn't even have to be addicted. You could just actually come into contact with a very potent opioid, a synthetic opioid like fentanyl, not from a prescription, but something that was either adulterated, added to something that you thought was something else, or the very thing in question being the fentanyl. And that went on for some time, and now we're in our fourth wave. And the fourth wave involves fentanyl plus psychostimulants. And psychostimulants, that class, involves primarily methamphetamine and cocaine. And those are the second highest amount of prevalence that we see next to fentanyl in cases that involve fatal overdoses.
What scheduled drug is fentanyl?
It's a Schedule 2.
What about cocaine?
It's a Schedule 2.
What about marijuana?
It's federally still scheduled right now. This thing is a Schedule 1.
What about Adderall?
Adderall is a Schedule 2. That's a psychostimulant.
And if Adderall is a psychostimulant, does that mean it will fall within the fourth wave?
It is. It's an amphetamine.
And are counterfeit or fake Adderall pills contributing to the opioid crisis?
So that's the big thing that's happening now, and this is why the DEA has put out warnings about this. It's not that people are consciously seeking out, usually when they pass away, necessarily the combination of fentanyl with a psychostimulant. It's that oftentimes they think they're taking one thing, but it's adulterated. That means it's been added or spiked, if you will, to something else. And that can actually happen in both directions. It can happen to people that press pills and make Adderall, they'll add fentanyl, and it can also happen in the other direction.
And when clinicians assess risk, do they look at isolated events or overall behavioral patterns?
Well, an isolated event rarely leads to any sort of a diagnosis, right? So we're always collecting information. Some of the information comes from the patient. Some of it comes from corroborating avenues from other people or other things that are observed that contribute to the diagnosis. So generally, it's an overall kind of a compilation of processes that we look at.
Past behaviors and diagnose her
And have you had the
with
opportunity
taking
to
drugs
review
in some
medical
capacity,
records
and the stigma,
and
yes, you better fight
Yes.
this tooth and nail, because that's gonna make it seem even more likely that she
ever
beats
seen,
herself.
do you know of a pregnant woman who normally would smoke marijuana?
Yes, that happens.
And are they always forthcoming about their use?
No, I mean, in pregnancy in particular, again, there's significant stigma, significant fear of consequences, child protective services, being judged. These things that are unfortunate that shouldn't exist, but they do exist. And I think they're even more marked in that group of people that have any sort of substance use. It doesn't even have to be cannabis. It can be any sort of substance.
And in your expert opinion, who would be amongst the most stigmatized class of people when it comes to drug use?
I believe it would be the actively pregnant woman.
Wouldn't be judges?
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't be judges?
No, I think that there are states that still, and we've had this historically, that want to put women in jail for substance use. So rather than looking at it as a medical condition, they look to remedy that by illegal action to put people away. So I think that's pretty severe. We don't do that. We don't do that to any man that I know of in the same way. And so I think that they're particularly stigmatized because there's an element of another being, the element of a child. So the concept of, well, you're hurting the child, therefore you have a separate action against you. And that's where that comes from. And I think there's also social pressures. It's a critical, delicate time as well.
And could that stigma and social pressures lead to a pregnant person concealing their substance use?
They involved, trust me.
Backtracking a little bit.
My cousin took a family member's baby because they found it in the umbilical cord, y'all.
So psilocybin, or what's sometimes called magic mushrooms, is a Schedule 1. It's in a category we call hallucinogen, that people take it and then they can have psychedelic type of reactions to it.
Mario, I want to give you a hypothetical. If there's a pregnant young lady and she notifies her friend that she's pregnant, and that friend says, "Oh, you've been drinking," is that an example of stigmatizing a person?
Well, it can be that anytime somebody that is pregnant shares any information about any substance use, that this is why doctors get trained to have more of a poker face about it, that our concern is how do we evaluate what you need rather than judge what you did.
And in your expert opinion and in treatment, have you ever heard of someone being able to smoke mushrooms?
So in my practice, I have not heard of anybody doing that. After almost 20 years now of doing this, I think everything that could be smoked has probably been smoked by somebody at some point. However, in the case of psilocybin, combusting it or burning it actually would deactivate the active ingredient. So you wouldn't get what you wanted from it. And then you would also be inhaling a bunch of fungal spores into your lungs. So there's lots of reasons why it's something that people don't really do, even though certainly you can try it.
About text messages from Najee. Okay, I see where y'all kind of going with this.
And lastly, if you could just talk a little bit about how substance use impacts, if at all, the prefrontal cortex of a person.
Sure, that's really at the hallmark of all addiction. It's one of the most difficult parts to sometimes understand. People that have substance use disorders need help, and this is the reason we look at it as a disease is because the parts of the brain that get affected, we know. We actually have studied it. We know the parts. And maybe the most frustrating part for a lot of people is how is it that somebody that maybe in other dimensions of their life function well, how is it that they can have this other component that is not functioning well? And the part of the brain that is involved in this is right in front of your forehead, right behind your forehead. It's called the prefrontal cortex, and that's the part that controls judgment. It controls what we call executive function. It's the part that keeps you safe. It helps you make decisions. And unfortunately, certain substances impact the part of the brain that controls a neurotransmitter called dopamine. So there's really two players in the play. The dopamine pathways, which we also call the reward pathway. When you do something that is good for persistence, I mean, it obviously doesn't exist for drugs to exist. They're there because of their survival things. So increases in dopamine decrease the function of the prefrontal cortex, which is why in substance use disorders, there can be lapses in judgment.
And in your expert opinion, if a person is pregnant, but they're engaging in, let's say, facilitating drugs, what would you opine about that person's judgment?
Well, that would definitely fall under, what we consider to be part of the clinical impression. So the clinical impression, without going into a diagnosis, because you really need to do a physical exam and do a comprehensive exam to come to a diagnosis. But risk-taking is part of the hallmark of addictive disorders. So engaging with a drug dealer in any fashion certainly would fall under that, whether you're an intermediary, whether you're buying yourself, whether even just associating. I think that would be one of the signs of many that we do include in our evaluation of what a substance use disorder might be.
And again, it's not uncommon for in your experience, in your expert opinion, for a pregnant person to hide any type of substance use from their friends and family.
It's not uncommon for all people with addictive disorders, but I think even more so potentially with somebody with a pregnancy that's going on at the same time. There's a bit more to lose, I suppose, that is part of the thought process.
And along with drug or facilitating drugs, being around drugs, would a person's proclivity to engage in promiscuity be something that you would consider about the judgment? Could you assess that at all?
Well, it's something that can be, just as a general, it doesn't necessarily have to do with substances, but it certainly is any high-risk behavior where you can link, where there's typically the prefrontal cortex puts the brake on and it stops it. That would be something that could be in consideration.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to tender Dr. Mario as an expert, as a medical review officer, and an addiction medicine specialist.
Any questions from the state? Yes, right. Well, Doctor, would understand by that by analogy, a pregnant woman should never work as a bartender? Because they're being around.
I don't understand the question.
That they shouldn't. be ingesting?
Well, so for somebody with an addictive disorder that has pregnancy, yes, my recommendation to that person would be working in a bar would probably not be the best, just because of exposure.
There is absolutely no proof in any record that you've reviewed that Jade Benning was addicted to any cocaine or any other controlled substance, is there?
Not of cocaine or no addictions.
And she was a casual user of marijuana, correct?
Well, so we don't use terms like casual user, so that would have to qualify that. I mean, we have what we consider to be misuse of drugs and then use disorders. We can't really make a determination on use disorders because a full evaluation wasn't done, the lab, the examination. She did not have a use disorder that I could state as a physician because that examination was not done. But misuse of substances, there's actually a lot of information. There are chats with.
I'm not asking you about misuse disorders. I'm asking you about Jade Benning. I'm not asking about other people.
I'm not talking about other people. I'm talking about Jade Benning as well.
Okay, come on.
Is marijuana legal in California?
It is. Well, it's decriminalized, so it's.
Decriminalized, whatever.
No, not whatever.
States, from what I understand. Okay, do you treat people with marijuana addictions?
I do.
All right, so do they come to you out of the blue, referred by law enforcement?
Law enforcement doesn't give me many referrals unless there's court ordered. However, I do get referrals, and I do have people that come in that tell me that their cannabis use has gotten past what they can handle, and they feel like their life's out of order.
Gotten out of control.
Yeah.
Absolutely no indication that happened with Jade Benning, is there?
I would consider engaging with a drug dealer unusual behavior that would be linked to, in this case, cannabis.
What gives you that information?
From the text messages that she was having between Danny, the dealer, she was getting for her coworkers and for herself, cartridges of cannabinoids, all sorts of different species of cannabinoids, some magic mushrooms. I'm sorry?
She was getting?
She was brokering them. Some of it was promised to her, but most of it was as an intermediary for coworkers. I would consider that to be unusual behavior, I think, for anybody to engage in that, because the risks are high. Not judging if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but to put yourself in a position to have to be an intermediary and then potentially be at risk for the consequences when you give somebody else a substance that somebody else brokered for them.
From the records you reviewed, we're talking about Adderall. There was no Adderall or any derivative of that found in Ms. Benning's system, was there?
No.
And you and I talked, and we have a time or two, at least we can say hello, that you would agree, would you not, doctor, that she died from acute cocaine toxicity by oral ingestion, correct?
Well, I'm not here to actually, my scope is not to testify on cause of death. So I would leave that to the toxicologist and Dr. Larkin.
Well, did you not tell me that you would agree with that finding?
Objection, Your Honor. What is it already stated? So,
Yeah, I was just saying.
Right. And that, how many people have you ever treated at your clinic or for being addicted to orally ingesting cocaine?
That's exceedingly rare. I mean, I know that people use it in their gums. They've had it in their mouth, but there's definitely not been a lot. That's not actually, in general, that's not a common way. Yeah. So.
Because they die.
No, that's not why. It's because it actually takes longer to get the effect, number one. Number two is because it actually deactivates a lot of it. So it's hard to get the same effect that you could get if you snorted it, you smoked it, or you injected it. That's the reason why. And there's quite a hierarchy that can be applied to most things, actually. If the particular substance isn't particularly absorbed well with how you take it, that's not how it's used.
There is absolutely no indication, doctor, is there from a medical record that Jade Benning consume any drug or alcohol after she found out she was pregnant, isn't it?
Correct, not medical records, no.
And so nothing that.
Well, they didn't test the
testified
for
about
either.
Based on any personal interaction with Jade Benning, correct?
That's correct.
Either during her lifetime or from obviously the review of the records. There is just nothing there.
Yeah, I have not personally evaluated Ms. Benning.
And the phases of heroin has nothing to do with this, does it?
No. Are you referring to the different?
Your epidemics.
Yeah, well, they're not mine. They actually are ours, but I mean, the heroin was just one stage of that, and so that was just one to kind of explain why there are different stages of that exist. That the most recent one is fentanyl and psychostimulants.
But your testimony about the phases. What was before heroin?
Before heroin was prescription drugs.
Okay, before prescription drugs.
Well, that's the first one. Prescription drugs. Then there was heroin. Then there's fentanyl.
Is not only important, but it's a vital and critical issue that the state has put before.
Now, how it jumped like that?
Through multiple witnesses, which is the fact that Ms. Benning would not engage in any type of drug use or behavior because she was pregnant. And so it is
They
very.
didn't say that. They said there's not even proof that she did.
And Your Honor, we believe the contrary. We intend to get into that.
But this gentleman doesn't know that.
Yes, he does, Your Honor. He has reviewed text messages that says,
But this gentleman
and to get into that.
doesn't know that.
Contrary, we
Say that. They said.
How did it stop? It just jumped back over to him?
critical issue that the state has.
Sure.
This testimony, and it's Ms. Benning as someone she was not. I would ask the court to exclude not anywhere close to being essential. It's in
Okay, here we go.
Merriam-Webster dictionary
We missed all of this. How did it jump like that?
would have to come under Rule 702 that it is substantially, would substantially exist about all of this.
I did not. I don't have a report.
That's all right.
My scope about that. I think you have a toxicologist, and you're going to
Oh,
have Dr.
okay.
Larkin on that.
And
They trying to make us misinformation now.
work about all of this.
I did not. I don't have a report.
That's all right.
Anything else?
Oh, that was it. Okay, but no, I didn't do that.
All right, the state attorney.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, the state will renew its objection to this doctor testifying under Rule 702. It's been nothing that he has testified about. In fact, knowledge of this incident, no knowledge was Benning, other than she was not addicted. All this testimony would have to come under Rule 702 that it is substantially, would substantially substantially assist the trier of fact, the jury. And Merriam-Webster dictionary, synonym is important or essential. So this testimony is not anywhere close to being essential. It's irrelevant. It is designed to, if anything, just attempt to paint Ms. Benning as someone she was not. I would ask the court to exclude this testimony in its entirety.
Sure.
Your Honor, it is not only important, but it's a vital and critical issue that the state has put before this jury. through multiple witnesses, which is the fact that Ms. Benning would not engage in any type of drug use or behavior because she was pregnant. And so it is
They
very,
didn't say that, they said there's not any proof that she did.
and Your Honor, we believe the contrary. We intend to get into that.
But this gentleman doesn't know that.
Yes, he does, Your Honor. He has reviewed text messages that suggest she was offered drugs while she was in fact pregnant.
We haven't gotten to the text messages, but if those come in, then they come in. He doesn't have to interpret.
No, but certainly they are evidence of the lifestyle that Ms. Benning was engaged in. The state certainly has taken the position that it is a barrier to her being involved in anything illicit because she was in fact pregnant. And so the defense has a right to put on evidence before this jury that simply being pregnant is not a reasonable statement of sobriety in and of
I
itself.
asked the state that 2 hours ago, and they agreed with me.
But Your Honor, they
Not willingly, they ain't agree with me.
They've already paraded a bunch of witnesses before this jury who have said otherwise.
So you think you need this person to tell the jury that women that are pregnant can still use drugs?
And that they are stigmatized, and that may be a reason that they would not disclose to family members and loved ones.
Okay. Thank you. All right, as in terms of the cocaethylene that was brought up on redirect and then recross, as the own witness said, he's not here to interpret what that, he knows what it is, but he's not here to say one way or the other about what that means for Ms. Benning. The other proffer involving pregnancy, not being an automatic stop to using drugs, pregnant women can still use drugs, the testimony about fentanyl overdose or epidemics, I don't know if that word was used, the detective's already been asked about, testified. There's no proof, and this witness has said he doesn't assess Ms. Benning as being an addictive disorder person, patient, if she were one of his patients. So under, I mean, he's a fine gentleman, useful in his field, I'm sure, but 702 requires the court to assure that there is some issue that the jury wouldn't know about, and that his testimony would substantially assist the trier of fact, some issue to be determined, and the court just doesn't find that. So no need for Dr. San Bartolome. Is what?
I would like to say for the record, offer proof that.
We've already had the offer.
There was one other thing that I would like to add, and that is the state has put an issue that since Ms. Benning has become pregnant, she is now leading this clean life. Ms. Benning is.
Like I said to your co-counsel, they're putting on proof that there's no proof she did use.
However, Your Honor, she is heavily involved with the sale of drugs.
Right.
That is dangerous behavior in and of itself.
Okay.
The jury needs to be educated in regards to.
And what proof is there that she was involved in dangerous drugs on the day or in and around the day she died?
Because on that very day, she reached out to her drug dealer. The very day she passed
Any
away.
proof that she met with him?
We don't know.
Okay. Well, your Dr. Larkin says on the day of her death, text messages indicate that Jade met with her drug dealer. You just said that inaccurate.
Well, I think an inference can be made that she did.
You
And
just
so,
said she didn't.
you asked me, is there any proof that she was
That's what we
present?
deal with, is proof.
Well, we.
Not really.
be able to put on a defensive theory. So all I
Sure,
want to say.
I haven't figured out relevancy-wise what it is, but
Is it-
that's where I'm trying to get to.
What's relevant is.
But I've already ruled on Dr. San Bartolome
if I could just say, what's relevant is the doctor stated about the most stigmatized person when it comes to drugs is the pregnant woman, which means that she will do whatever she can to hide her interaction, use, dealing with drugs, such that her family
Just
will not
present
know.
proof, if you have it, that she was using drugs. That's all you have to do.
There's no proof Mr. Taylor did this either, but there is an inference being made. In that same instance, we would like to make the inference in regard to this victim.
Okay, and I agree. I keep asking you to do. Now, what did the state determine about Bumble?
Your Honor, Tom Miller is on his way over. I do not believe that this is active use for Bumble. I do not think it should be admitted. I would like to have a jury out on it.
Okay, where is Mr. Kevin? Bring him in, we'll hear what he says this meeting. And is the state opposed to the other text messages?
I am opposed.
Some of them have already been mentioned and introduced, talked about.
I am opposed to the one on 1/20/23.
1/21/23 dealing with what? They've got them categorized as discussion with Blaise.
I'm sorry,
I know, I'm trying to be quiet about this, maybe.
Category.
Okay. Which, is there 8, I got 5, a 6, and a 7.
4.
Oh. That's the metadata with the message. You're talking about, could I get an 8 from top shelf?
Correct.
What is your objection?
My objection is she's not ordering this for herself.
Who was the lady that burned up her husband in Detroit? I mean, in Michigan. Y'all remember her? What was her name? Lady that burnt up her husband and got a whole new trial.
What's your other objection?
Page 5, that is a received message, not a sent message.
I don't know what Mr. Edmonds gonna say. So it's received, but it's still drug related, right?
Correct.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, on 6, it's from 11/5/22, and it's received. The state submits it's not relevant.
Okay. What else?
Also, number 7, it's received, it's from January 18th of 2023.
Okay. Anything else?
On page 8, the reference to Adderall, I feel like we've already been through. This is not Adderall that Ms. Benning was requesting for herself, it was for her friend that was.
Right, we just confirms that, right?
I'm sorry?
This just confirms that. That's
Yes.
for someone else.
Right, this is like someone else is asking for it, not Ms. Benning.
Anything else? Anything else?
Number 8, I feel like actually clears up the
That's the one you just asked about.
I'm sorry?
That's the one you just mentioned.
I'm sorry, that was number 9, was the one that kind of clears up the Mario situation because she wasn't ordering it herself. On number 10, there's no date on this. Also, it just seems cumulative. So there's no date for the message sent. There is a date. They just cut it off. And the thread, they included 235 messages, which doesn't seem useful, but it doesn't tell you what date this message was sent.
Okay. We'll see what they have to say in their prompt. Anything else?
Number 11, like everything, he's printing stuff without the usernames in it. This message would have a username, but it's clearly someone else asking for narcotics. It just seems like
Okay.
it's Mario, and that would be important to the other text.
Anything else?
12, I don't have an objection. Pages 13 through 15, no objection. Communication with Blaise Taylor, no objection. contends with Blaise Taylor. Again, I don't have a specific objection. I just have no idea why we would submit a message without the person the message is sent to. And then the bumble, I have a giant problem.
Why? Why are you trying to police her case?
And the Jerry, the court message state projection is that these are not relevant to any issue before the court.
According to the defense theory, it shows you talking with another guy, texting another guy.
These are texts from December.
Right.
The first page is from December, so she's not even speaking to Mr. Taylor then.
Or if you'll step up, Mr. Devlin, raise your right hand if you swear.
You swear to tell the truth, so help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
If you will, in your property, clear up whether your person here, witness, knows anything about page 23 and what that means, 22 and 23.
Mr. Devlin, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Eric, E-R-I-C. Last name is Devlin, D-E-V-L-I-N.
And Mr. Devlin, how are you employed, sir?
I'm currently the managing director of the Lone Star Forensic Group, a digital forensics company based in Houston, Texas.
And could you give the court your credentials in regards to the digital forensics?
I have an undergraduate degree in history, political science, and film out of Southern Methodist University. I have a law degree at South Texas College of Law. After graduating from South Texas College of Law, I took the bar exam, passed the bar exam, became a prosecutor at the Harris County District Attorney's Office, which is Houston's DA's office. I was a prosecutor there. I tried everything from traffic tickets to death penalty cases, but spent most of my time as the chief of the cybercrime, human trafficking, and child exploitation divisions. After I left the DA's office, I opened a forensic company, and I've received thousands of hours of forensic training. I have certifications through a variety of platforms. I have examined thousands of cell phones. I have testified in state court, federal court. I've testified in, so far, I've testified in Ohio, Texas, Florida, South Carolina, and Indiana.
And have you had any specialized training in regards to cell phones particularly?
Yes, I have specialized training from Celebrite. I have specialized training from magnet forensics. I have specialized training in generic phone forensics. I also have advanced smartphone training.
Have you had any occasion to publish any publications and or articles?
Yes,
Have you been certified as an expert in forensics, digital forensics prior to today?
yes,
And will you be opining in or giving information today from the cell phone and dump and or forensic download of Ms. Jade Benning's phone?
yes, ma'am.
At this time, I will tender Mr. Devlin as a forensic expert with the cell phone of Ms.
Tell us what page 23 means.
It starts on page 22, but page 23 specifically is the activation of the application for Bumble, which is a social contact application. This indicates when you go from the springboard, which is the basic function of the screen, opening that particular application.
And does this, or do the notations that we find on page 23 actually state that?
Well, he testifies, it's like qualifies for continuing education for all those update
I
certificates.
can't say Ms. Benning did. I can say that this phone opened.
Thank you. And did they do so on each and every occasion? Did this phone, every notation that we see here, did it in fact interact with the Bumble application?
Each one of these is an interaction with the Bumble application.
And it's not simply just a notification?
No.
Interacting how?
Either opening it, closing it, switching it, adding in, making contact with the actual application.
can you tell me that Ms. Benning was communicating with, accessing information about other men?
No, sir.
Can you tell us what is the purpose of the Bumble application? What is its purpose? What is involved?
The Bumble application describes itself as a social contact application. So while many people use it for the purpose of dating or hookups or other interaction, other people use it as a contact social media application that time.
What can you tell us she was doing?
I can't. Just that the application was being interacted with. And the application was installed previous, so.
Can you give us a date that this application was installed on Ms. Benning's home?
There, I show an application, an installation of the application on 2/17/23, and I see another installation on 2/22/2023.
Any other questions?
Did he just say 2/27/2023?
Yeah.
I do. Mr. Devlin, did you pull out the information where Ms. Benning registered for Bumble August 6th of 2022?
I didn't see that part, so.
Okay, so you were searching specifically for user activity on Bumble, and you didn't just put Bumble in as a search term in the.
2/17 and 2/23. Okay.
When I was, sorry.
Did you not do that?
I did enter Bumble as a search term, that's correct.
Okay, but you missed where she got a text message from Bumble with her registration code on August 6th of 2022 at 12/17/27.
Is he supposed to be back that far?
During the date limited portion of our search.
I was about to say.
You had to go back to January 2022.
I don't think we were allowed to go back on those issues. We were limited to certain issues that we could search.
Well, you're wanting this witness to testify about her accessing Bumble, so they're asking their question. Go ahead.
And so if this same database that you have here on page 23, if there's activity on here after Jade Benning's death and after the phone was in police custody, do you think you might change your opinion as to whether or not this is user activity or if it's just updates within the Bumble app?
The Bumble app can have updates, absolutely, as a part of it, depending upon if the phone was powered on and connected to the networks. I did see actually registration codes. I did see other messages that were what we call system-generated messages, but I didn't see any messages at all on here with her communicating with anybody on the Bumble app. So
no messages with Ms. Benning communicating with anyone on the Bumble app.
not that was recovered, no ma'am.
So it's possible that she could have even gone in to look at one of her girlfriend's profiles just to give her some feedback as a nice friend.
Some people do that, yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I would think that that is a point for cross-examination.
Do you have any other questions?
You're speaking to me? Are you speaking to me on this?
To you.
Yes, I do.
Did you find entries like this after the date of death?
I haven't noticed it, Your Honor, so I didn't look for that particular. So
You didn't look after 3/6?
no, ma'am. No, sir.
Okay.
When you looked at the Bumble application, did you pay close attention to whether or not the application itself was interacted with as opposed to just a notification?
These logs here are not notification logs. These are actual interactions with the application.
And when you say interactions, what do you mean?
That means the application was opened, the application was interacted with. I don't know what they did with it. I don't know if they searched for somebody. I don't know if they communicated with somebody, but there was an interaction with the application. That's as far as I can see on here.
So then it is a possibility that if she interacted with this Bumble, it could be that she was looking at dating men.
It's possible.
So in the same manner that she could have been trying to message a friend or a girlfriend to check on her, she also could have been messaging a man to try to date.
Could be. Yes, ma'am.
Again, Your Honor, based
Do
on
you have
this,
any other questions?
no, I do not at this time.
Does the state have any other questions?
Not related to the bubble up.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. You can wait right back there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 2 pages, Ms. Collins, 22 and 23 prove that Ms. Benning was dating other men.
I think it infers that she was dating other men. There are other messages that we also believe that she was dating other men in connection with that. And so
What are you speaking of?
I'm speaking of in December, when she was in fact pregnant and living a clean life, she sent naked photographs to 3 different men. These
That's
things,
not in what you said.
it's not because I did not want to put that type of information in here, but it is important.
So you're not planning on asking about that?
I do plan on asking about that. That's why I'm bringing it to the court's attention now, because the state
So
has.
what other texts are you wanting to introduce to this jury?
Outside of this, I want those text messages.
Where are
In December. I did not want to print out those types of photographs.
they? You're wanting the jury to see them, right?
No, I do not. I would just like for them to hear about them. That's why I never printed them. I was not going to print those text messages. Neither did I want to make them a part of the record, but I do want to talk about it. It is only fair that Mr. Taylor, who has been painted as someone who doesn't care, dating other women while he's with Ms. Benning, that he is not afforded the opportunity to show.
Trash her.
No, they're trashing him, if that's the case.
So you want to trash her?
No, I want the jury to have all.
Trashing her would have been putting out the pictures.
That would be great, if in fact it's proven.
Well, I can tell you those 3 messages are proven in December.
Has the state seen those?
No, Your Honor, the state has not seen them.
I thought you downloaded her phone.
I haven't looked at every single thing on her phone, and particularly whether or not she's dating men in December when they're broken up, the state's position is irrelevant.
That's the first time in 7 days I've heard that. So back to the pages 22 and 23. What does that show me under 401?
What it shows is that Bumble is known to be a dating application. It is not known to be a place where you go and say hello to a friend. That
He
would
said
be-
it was.
If he said it was one of the things you can
Well, then
do.
I'm saying it wasn't, because your witness just said it was.
He said that in response to the state's question if it was a possibility. He said
Now, he
yes,
says that happens.
it's a possibility. But that is not the primary purpose of Bumble. That might be the primary purpose of Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, but it is not the primary purpose of Bumble.
Would you acknowledge, I doubt you would, but I just ask it, that if you want to inquire with your witness, Mr. Devlin, about the application, Bumble application being installed on 2/17 and 2/23, that the state can also ask him if he looked at August of 2022 when it was installed?
Yeah,
Why though?
And your position is what?
if the state can talk about August of 22,
Ask what they asked when the witness was in here.
How about that? Let's go back to 2022 then.
Your Honor, to a search period.
So is it fair to the jury to know that she also installed it on another occasion?
You the one set the dates.
Okay, that's what I asked. Okay, the other issues that the state had, you can cross-examine, find out dates, find out whether it's received. I mean, if it's received, some of these, quote, drug, quote, involvements, it's received, so. It's like dating men. What does that have to do with 225? Lord, if I know, just like these others. That's one of their many theories. So remove page 23 from your PowerPoint and or exhibit. I'll let you ask your witness about these other texts and slides that you wanted to introduce. Is he the next witness?
He is, Your Honor.
Do y'all need a break?
I would need one to get myself together, because why do you keep making snide-ass remarks about our case but don't say nothing about theirs? You shouldn't be saying nothing about nobody's case, jury in there or not.
Back in and bring the jury down.
Judge, are you keeping out all three of the Bumble references?
I don't mean you're talking about the one sheet that says Bumble.
Yeah, I don't know why I'd bring it up if you're keeping the other pages
Well,
out.
22
22 and 23 are the Bumble pages.
22 just confirms that according to him, she installed it. So you pull out 21 and 23 and ask him about 22.
Okay, so 20, because I have a presentation on my, so 22 can stay in, 23 comes out.
And 20. 21, 23 come out.
I don't have an objection.
Come on, Jay. What is it? What does him dating other women have anything to do with anything? You sure about his ex-girlfriends in here?
Creep. It just doesn't matter. You can ask him about 22. What that means. All right.
The defense calls Eric.
Okay, there, we're not in here yet.
Oh.
Not my TI post going up. Okay.
My digital expert is here, Your Honor. I'm assuming he can be present for this.
Okay.
To be clear, what page are we taking out?
Do you have Mr. Grant?
Yes, I have it. It's page 23, I
This is some craziness.
All right, you got that.
The defense calls Eric Benning.
Okay.
You swear the testimony about to give to be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Benning,
Okay.
did Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Eric, E-R-I-C. Last name is Devlin, D-E-V-L-I-N.
And Mr. Devlin, how are you employed?
At the present time, I'm the managing director of the Lone Star Forensic Group. We're a digital forensics company based out of Houston, Texas.
And where did you get your education, sir?
My undergraduate degree is from Southern Methodist University. My law degree is actually out of South Texas College of Law based in Houston.
Help me, Lord.
And did you take the bar?
I did.
And
And
did you pass the bar?
I did pass the bar.
And after you passed the bar, can you tell the jury how you were employed?
I was employed at the Harris County District Attorney's Office. So that is the prosecution office for the city of Houston. I was there. I prosecuted everything from traffic tickets up to death penalty cases. But I spent most of my time as the chief of the cybercrime, child exploitation, and the human trafficking sections.
Have you had any specified training as it relates to digital forensics?
Yes. While I was a prosecutor, I actually began taking forensic courses to be a better prosecutor, present those cases in court better. While I was taking those classes, I actually realized I liked that better than the practice of law. So when I left the district attorney's office, I opened a forensic company, and I've continued taking forensic classes in a variety of courses, both cell phones, computers, as well as cell location analysis, as well as surveillance systems and other recording systems.
And have you had any specified training specifically to digital forensics?
Yes, I have received thousands of hours of specialized training, everything from Celebrite, Magnet Axiom, as well as a variety of other forensic courses specifically. I've also received advanced training in smartphone examinations.
And have you been published or have you published articles in regards to digital forensics?
Yes, I have published articles related to digital forensics, cybercrime investigation, and child exploitation.
And have you had the occasion to testify before in digital forensics?
Yes, I frequently testify in Houston, where I'm based out of, but I've also testified in Florida, South Carolina, Ohio, and I think I'm missing a couple. So,
And have you had the occasion to testify on both sides of the prosecution and the defense?
I more frequently testify for the state side than for the defense, but I do testify for both. So,
Thank you. At this time, I will
That was
tender Mr.
strategic.
Devlin as an expert in digital forensics.
Any questions from the state?
And I would offer Mr. Devlin's CV as an expert.
Okay, get that, the AG1. All right. All right, again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Devlin will be allowed to testify in his field of digital forensics. You can place such weight as you choose to upon his testimony. All right.
Mr. Devlin, have you had the opportunity to review the digital download of Jade Benning's phone?
yes,
And in doing so, have we asked you to locate specific text messages, not all of them, but just a representative of some text messages?
yes.
Specifically, I'd like to draw you to page 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find any text messages within Ms. Benning's phone that dealt with drugs?
Yes, I examined an Apple iPhone 13. I was asked to examine and review the forensic extraction that was done by law enforcement. I did find a variety of messages related to drugs and other narcotics activity.
And can we start on page 4, if you will, and explain to us what is that we see there?
This is actually a Snapchat message. So this message was between Danny, the Snapchat ID,
Just
Danny
shut your business
Wallace
down, Danny. That is
Jr.
all you messed
and a Jade Benning. This activity occurred on 1/20/2023, approximately 6:53:47 p.m. This was in Central Standard Time, so that sometimes changes based on the phone. This was a message that the user account Jade Benning posted to the Danny Wallace Jr., specifically stating, hey, could I get an 1/8 of top shelf and 1 Sativa or hybrid cart?
Do you happen to know what a sativa and hybrid cart is?
I am familiar with it. I am familiar that they are narcotics. I am not familiar with exactly what kind of narcotics they are.
So we'll draw your attention to page 5.
Yes, ma'am.
What date is that, sir?
This was 2/3/2023, approximately 9:57:21 p.m.
And is this message from or to Jade Benning?
This is a message from Jade Benning.
And could you read the message for us, please?
It says apple fritter with the emoji of a fire sign, $25 eighth, $50 quarter, $100 half, $150 zip.
Thank you. And on to page 6, please. Is this message to or from Ms. Benning?
This is a message that was posted inside the Telegram chat room, so it's not one sent by Ms. Benning, but it was received on this device.
What is a Telegram chat room?
Telegram is a social media site, communication site. It's created by an individual out of Russia. It is advertised itself as to be super encrypted. It is not a good place. So.
And was this application downloaded on Ms. Benning's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I draw your attention to page 7? Is this message to or from Ms. Benning?
This is a message posted in that gas station chat room on the Telegram application.
What is a gas station chat room?
On Telegram, you can create all kinds of chat rooms and invite whoever you want to be a part of it. That's one that occurs, and actually in narcotics activity frequently occurs this way. It allows them to advertise sales or purchases or deliveries of different types of substances. And it's, again, believed to be encrypted and heavily anonymous. So.
And could you read for us the message that's on this particular date?
It says pressure plus with the emoji for carts with a fire, $30 a pop, price cut on 2+.
Could I draw your attention to page 8?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain to the jury what this represents, what page 8 represents?
This is an actual iOS text message. So this is a communication between this particular device and another individual. That individual they're communicating with is phone number 501-451-0608.
And could you read for us the text message?
The text message start at 11/22/2022, 10:40:13 a.m. Do all of your coworkers get Adderall? The reply, Lauren has some. Message again, ooh, what MG? The reply was 15. Message to this particular device, ooh, ask her, can I buy some? And then the next was a follow-up. This is still a message to this particular device. And what color are they? And the reply from this device was orange.
And to the left there, who do you see is the sender of this text message?
The sender of this message is this number is listed in the contacts as belonging to, and I'm going to kill the name, Nijaha, Nijaiha.
Nigeria?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the date of that text
Okay.
message?
11/22/2022.
Can I draw your attention to page 9?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you read for the jury what page 9 represents with the date as well as the context?
This is an iOS text message, and this is between the Jade Benning account and a Mario Gutierrez account. On this message, it occurs on 2/18/2023, 9/33/02. The message was from the Jade Benning account saying he's about to bring your weed. There's a reply from the Mario Gutierrez account, says, I fell asleep, and I don't know if I'm allowed to curse in this courtroom or not. So.
That's okay, thank you. Could you please turn your attention to page 10?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you represent to the jury what page 10 represents?
Page 10 is a iOS communication between the contact Danny, in parentheses, weed, and this particular device.
Listen, we said Danny should shut it down, but for real, that restaurant might be in trouble because it seemed like all the people working at the restaurant own something.
On this one, the message is, I have mushrooms right now. LOL, my coworker's wanting some.
And on what what date
And
is
it's job,
this
I
text
hope
message?
this don't get back to her school.
I appear to have cut the date off on that text message. I can't tell you.
Thank you. Would it be between the dates that you have listed there where it says first message, last message?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And those dates would be between April 6th of 22 and 2/25 of 23?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you now go to page 11?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does page 11 represent?
These are text messages, specifically occurring on 2/25/2023, 9:10:46 a.m.
And what does the message say?
The message says, "Yo, can you holler at Danny? Your boy needs a half, please and thanks."
Now, I don't see who this message was sent to. Do you have that information, Mr. Benton?
I do not have that information.
And what date is on this text?
This text here is 2/25/2023 at 9:10:46 a.m.
On page 12, can you tell us what page 12 represents?
Page 12 is a text message between Jade Benning and the contact Danny Weed. And it occurs on 2/25/2023, beginning at 3:39:21 p.m.
And what does it say?
Specifically, it says, "Hey, my coworker wants to get a half from you." The account Danny Weed replies, "Bet I gotcha when I get back." The account for Jade Benning replies, "Sweet."
Now, did you ever find through your research whether or not page 11 was a message from Mario Gutierrez?
I got to be honest, I don't remember. So,
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to page 13.
yes, ma'am.
Now, before we move on, were those all of the text message that involved drugs in between with Jade's phone from January of 22 through February of 23?
No, ma'am. They were a sampling.
Let's now go to page 13. What section would this
Oh my God, Laura.
subject matter address?
I was asked to look for conversations about Blaise Taylor.
I want to draw your attention to page 14.
Yes, ma'am.
Please read for the jury the text message.
This is an iOS text message starting 12/31/2022 at 2:55:57 p.m. from the account 501-541-0608. Send a message saying, I'm interested. Followed up with another message of, did you text or you just going to wait? The account belonging to this particular device replied, he called me back. And then a second reply of, I told him that I would call him when I get off. The account ending in 0608 replied, oh, I don't know. I didn't know you answered. And with a second reply of, how was his tone?
Do you know who this number 501-541-0608 belongs to?
I believe that's the same name that you gave me earlier that I butchered. So, yes, ma'am.
I want to draw your attention to page 15. And what is the text message thread, please?
On this one, it's a continuation from the previous page. It's the account belonging to this particular device replies, he sounded the same as always, but I could tell he had something he needed to talk about, of course. The account ending in 0608 replied, why am I anxious like I'm talking to him? This device's account replies, LMAO, because I've been waiting for this. The account with 0608 replied with, get off work already, LOL. The account for this device replied, right, I keep looking at my watch. And then the final message on there is a reply from the 0608 account, keep me updated.
I now want to draw your attention to the next section. Could you tell us the subject matter of this next section?
On the next one, there's communications with Blaise Taylor.
And can I draw your attention to page 17?
Yes.
Can you please read that text thread for us?
Yes. In fact, I'm sorry, these are smaller, so I may read it from your larger screen. This particular account, the local user account, initiated a message saying, "Thank you for coming to help/see the new place. I'm glad we got to talk about all that we did. It gave me a better understanding on some things I didn't have before. Hope you feel a little better as well, babes," with an emoji. The reply was from the phone number ending in 5738. "Thanks and no problem. Just wanted to keep communicating and stay on the same page." The second reply of "Loved. Thank you for coming to help and see the new place. I ... This account replied, "100% agree with you." Another reply, "100% also turns me on when we have our talks." The account ending in 5738 replied, "Laughed at 100%, also turns me on when we have our talks." With another reply of "Why, LOL." Then another message of, "I feel like most of the time it's really me telling you stuff you probably don't want to hear."
Now, in regards to this text message, is this Jade Benning's phone in the blue?
It is.
Can we now move to page 18?
This is a continuation of that text thread. The account ending in 5738. "I feel like most of the time it really me telling you stuff you probably don't want to hear." The next message was from the Jade Benning account. "Not necessarily. You're just keeping it real at the end of the day, and that's all I ask of you. And because to see you serious for one, LOL, and us being able to calmly communicate about the situations we have in front of us just lights me up." The account ending in 5738 replies, "LOL, okay. Well, I said I'll always be upfront and answer any questions you have." This account here for this device replied, "Heard you." And this device, this account, the one ending in 5738, was under the contact name of Blaise.
Thank you. Let's now.
Girl, at this point, he didn't even sell you no dream.
What subject matter is this section?
This specifically is related to messages regarding plans with Blaise Taylor.
And can I get you to turn to page 20?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you read for us the text message here?
This message was on 2/25/2023 at 12:03:10 p.m. The message was sent saying, "Okay, LOL, I'm going to plan to do a little at-home paint with Blaise tonight."
What date is that text message?
2/25/2023.
Can we now move to the next section?
Yes, ma'am.
And what section is this?
The label on it is Bumble.
Can you please identify page 22 and explain to the jury exactly what this is?
This specifically is a set of logs related to the installation of the Bumble application.
What is the Bumble application?
Bumble is an application that's on both iOS and Android devices. It's described as a social contact application.
And what day do you see that this particular phone installed the Bumble application?
There is an install of 2/17/2023 and another installation date of 2/22/2023.
Denver's birthday.
And can I draw your attention to page 24?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh.
What is the nature of this section?
I was asked to find some communications related to Jarius Porter.
And can you read for us on page 25?
Yes, ma'am. On page 25, the communications start 12/17/2022, 9/17:30 p.m. It's a message from this particular device to the porterjarius@gmail.com. You've been getting it the last few. The porterjarius@gmail.com replies, "Yep, I'm on my way back to the shape I was before. I started dating a world-class chef. The message, this particular device replied, LMAO, I heard that. And then a second reply of, that's good though.
Okay, and can you move now to page 26?
Yes, ma'am. And these are, there's a lot of messages in between, but it was designed to give basically an idea of the length of the conversations. So these messages occur on 1/24/2023 at 1:12:02 p.m. This message from porterjarius@gmail.com. That's good. I'm glad you have to.
Let me,
Can you all switch?
yes, please.
Switch to the other.
I'm sorry, do I continue?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. The message was porterjarius@gmail.com, 1/24/2023, 1:12:02 p.m. Message says, that's good. I'm glad you have to. I'm just honestly sad, but I know I want to be forever, and God, make no mistakes. Glad you're feeling better. This particular account on this device replied, yeah, I know it hurts to know, but you can talk to me about your feelings if you want to express anything. I want you to take care of yourself better and not let yourself go down the path of just turning to drinking and smoking more to heal. The Porter Jarius account replied, of course, Shawty, and LOL, don't forget, working out too. It's some good going on too, but you're right, I've been planning on slowing down. This device's account replied, I know you're working out too, LOL, but still, don't be doing that extra stuff.
And the next text message that we have.
This was a message, actually, and I'm sorry I printed out in black and white, but this was a message from this particular device, specifically saying, Blaise told me last night he signed up for monthly subscriptions of diapers from this company, kudos, LOL.
And what's the date, I'm sorry, on this text message?
1/10/2023, and I can't read the time, so. No, I just need to move it over.
7:42?
Yes, 7:42:10 p.m.
And can we get you to read this text message?
Yes, this was a text message from the account 1-501-231-5975, asking the question of this device, does Blaise rub your belly? LOL. This particular device replied, sometimes.
And do we know who the number 501-231-5975 is?
I don't think I do offhand, so.
There were other messages. Oh, I'm sorry. What is the date? I apologize. On that text message, if you remember before I pulled it up.
I do not remember before you
Let me
pulled it up.
grab it.
Those messages were 1/25/2023, began at 9:30:11 p.m., ended at 9:30:35 p.m.
Mr. Devlin, in your search within Ms. Benning's phone, did you happen to run across a text message between?
Objection, Your Honor.
Huh? Did she even ask anything yet? What the hell did she ask? I would be curious to know if he really did sign up for a diaper subscription. Because if he did, I mean, if I just tell you that, that's to keep you stupid. But if I really did sign up for one, that would be the dumbest thing ever if you never planned on having a baby. That's her mom's number. But she only ever mentioned Blaise. That's why I said that mom know way more than we think. You might not be too far off, Paula, because if you gave this person, when you that age, especially freshman year in college and you feeling grown and stuff, when you got a boyfriend at that time, you done already picked out what you gonna be when you grow up, and what he gonna be when he grow up. Y'all in college, y'all done picked out what y'all gonna do for extracurriculars. You done picked out the house, the white fence, the dog, kids' names. So you do all that and it don't work out how you think it's going to work out, and then he got the nerve to go ahead and bring forth that kid that you now probably regret deleting with somebody he don't even know.
Regarding her posting about her baby, do you remember seeing any of those text messages?
I vaguely recall that, but I couldn't give any details on it. I've seen a lot of messages. So.
And you don't remember if Ms. Jackson, Jade Jackson, asked Ms. Benning when she was going to post about her baby?
I remember that specific message of when are you going to post?
When Ms. Benning responded, do you remember it having anything to do with Blaise Taylor?
I don't recall the response. So
thank you. I'm asking.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Devlin, you have gone through and testified about some random text messages. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you said that you went through Ms. Benning's phone, did you actually take the text message that you have in your page 4 of your report? And did you actually look at the other messages surrounding it to see what context it was given? Which, Your Honor, I'm going to ask what he's doing right now on that tablet.
He's scrolling through his.
Are you looking at the report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm trying to see what was on page 4.
Yes,
So
no, I'm happy to. I just didn't know if you were looking at the extraction.
Oh, no. Did I see the messages, the context of messages? I did not.
Okay, so you didn't look at the messages that actually preceded Jade's message to Danny, where one of her friends said, "We please top shelf an 8." And Jade responds, "Okay, I'll let you know when he's gonna come."
I'm sorry. Yes, I did see all of that. That's absolutely correct.
Okay, so this message that Jade sent, like, could I get an 8? She wasn't referring to herself because she was getting it for one of her friends.
My reading of it was that she was getting it for somebody else.
Okay. And then same thing with page 5. There are other messages that reference apple fritter. And Jade was seeing if anyone wanted this because she regularly would get different weed from Danny Weed for people that she worked with.
I mean, that particular set of messages was a frequent post within that Telegram group. So.
Okay. And going to your page 8.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so your page 8, that is not Ms. Benning. That is one of her friends asking for Adderall, correct?
Correct.
And did you actually read through that message thread with Ms. Benning and her friend had a valid prescription for Adderall? Did you notice that?
I remember the discussion of that, yes.
Were you familiar with the Adderall shortage that the pharmacies were having during this time frame of November 2022?
I'm not familiar with that. So.
Okay, so if pharmacies were out of Adderall during that time, which actually, if you read through the text between Ms. Jackson and Ms. Benning, they actually talk about the fact that Walgreens can't get it and everybody is out of their Adderall prescription from their doctor.
Okay.
Okay. And then So this one, I would like for you to look at page 9, skip page 10 entirely, and look at page 11 and 12.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you connect page 9, 11, and 12 in any way?
Did I connect them? I don't guess I understand your question, so.
Okay, well, page 9 is actually the last message in a sequence of messages, but you put it first. And then when you go to page 11, you left the other person off of this thread, which is readily available in the extraction, but you left off Mario Gutierrez as the person asking Jade, can you holler at Danny? Your boy needs a half.
I do recall that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's Mario Gutierrez, but you left his name off of this.
When I pulled it, I don't think it was included in there, but that's correct. I believe it was Mario Gutierrez.
Okay, and then.
It doesn't matter. That's what they're saying. She was facilitating stuff. I'm so sick of this case.
Very specifically, and this is on February 25th, my coworker wants to get half. And Danny responds, bet I got you when I get back.
Yes, ma'am.
Which, and I apologize, page 9 doesn't actually relate other than it's from that Mario thread. The time that Mario gets anything is on February 18th, but your report listed 2 dates. It listed the 25th, which kind of inferred that the messages you included in 11 and 12 were on the 25th. But no one meets Danny on the 25th. You would agree with me about that, wouldn't you?
I have no idea if anybody met Danny on the 25th, so.
Because there's absolutely nothing in Ms. Benning's phone that indicates that happened. It's the opposite. Danny said, I'm not here. I'll hit you when I get back.
I do recall that further messages where he said, I'll hit you when I get back.
Okay. And on page 13.
Did he say I'm not here?
This section is labeled a conversation about Blaise Taylor. And that conversation, that's not the only one, correct?
There's quite a few messages about Blaise Taylor.
Okay, and this is from December 31st of 2022. And then again, the next section that you have that begins on page 16, that is not the only communication that they have, correct?
No, they had quite a few communications.
Okay. And then we get to page 19, which is plans with Blaise Taylor. And again, on page 20, for some reason, even though it's in the extraction, you left off the person Ms. Benning was speaking with. And this is from the date of 2/25/23 at 12:03. She messages her best friend, Jade Jackson, to tell her that she's gonna plan to do a little paint with Blaise tonight. So you didn't put in the thread that they were talking about where to get the paint and maybe Dollar Tree would have it.
There was, I remember.
That connected to why she stopped at Walmart.
I remember all those communications. I know that there were some, even some pictures. I believe there was a picture of a crib as a part of it. There was talk about what they were going to paint. So I mean, there's a couple of those messages. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on page 22.
But how are they relevant to anything? Like,
which you have an install date. But you didn't include the message that showed that Ms. Benning registered for Bumble in August of 2022.
This was when I ran this particular search term. This is what came up. But we talked about those messages before. I did see a message back in August of 22 that showed a previous registration for Bumble.
And did you notice that the app was only in focus for 119 seconds?
Not very long.
It was very quick, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't have any user data to show what was happening when she accessed that app.
Correct.
And so like if
they
I
said he did.
had a Bumble profile and I just wanted to go click on it to look at it to kind of give her some feedback as a girlfriend.
that's the only question. Where is the sugar coming from?
And then random messages with Mr. Jerry's Porter. Did you notice that they were very close friends?
They appeared to communicate quite a bit during that period.
As very close friends.
I don't know enough about them. I just know I was asked to pull these messages. So.
Okay, and then the last messages that you apologize for being in black and white, so they don't have a page number. Do you know what I'm referring to?
I do know the message you're referring to. So.
Okay, so this is January 25th of 2023, and it's just a message from Jade's mother asking her, does Blaise rub your belly? And Jade responds, sometimes.
Right.
Did you keep reading the messages on where her and her mom actually message back and forth and draft a message from Jade to send to Blaise to tell her how much she wanted him to go to her OB appointment where she was going to find out the gender of their baby?
I recall something along those lines. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you recall the messages where Blaise Taylor did not go to that appointment, correct?
I'm unaware if Mr. Taylor went to that appointment or not. So
You didn't look at those messages where he didn't show up.
I read through them as to whether or not he did or didn't. I don't recall that. So.
Well, do you recall that he never went to a single OB appointment with Jade Benning?
Objection, speculation, this witness doesn't know that.
Okay, you can ask whether he reviewed any text about that.
Did you review any text messages where every time she had an appointment and asked him about it, he didn't go?
Objection, counsel is testimony.
Exactly what you've been doing. And she got all them adjectives you told everybody else not to be fancy.
No, you're right.
And the last message where Ms. Benning tells her mother that Blaise told her the night before that he signed up for a monthly subscription for diapers from this company. Did you find any other mention that proved that Mr. Taylor actually signed up for a diaper subscription?
No.
In her phone?
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Baby, thank you. It didn't do what you thought it did. Maybe it did for the jury. I don't know.
Mr. Devlin, you were just asked the nature of the relationship between Jarius Porter and Miss Benning, weren't you?
Correct.
Were you aware that Jarius Porter
Your Honor, can we approach?
No, you opened that shit.
asked the question?
I don't know what you want to ask, but you can approach the bench.
Now they did that whole direct without bringing up Jade dating anyone else, without bringing up those pictures, without bringing up anything that, as the judge already put in the back of their head, that they would be trashing Jade if they brought up that evidence. And then you go and ask about the relationship or the context of the relationship between her and Jarius. Why would you do that? Especially if he's one of the people she sent a picture to. I don't know if he is, but if he is, you just kick that door wide open for a dumbass reason. When they were able to get in the messages they needed to get in and not say what they needed to say, why would you do that? And think you ate because there's no evidence of his subscription on her phone?
Were you aware, you stated on cross-examination that Miss Benning actually downloaded Bumble first in August?
I found a registration message. It may have happened. Bumble may have been downloaded before that. May have but that would have been at least the earliest time that I know of.
Were you aware or did you find out through looking through the phone that Blaise and Miss Benning met on Hinge in the same month of August 22?
I did not see that. So
In regards to Mario Gutierrez, did you notice through the phone that Mario Gutierrez is the significant other of Lauren Weber?
yes, ma'am.
And Mario Gutierrez on the 25th is the same one asking Jade to get her narcotics.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Lauren Weber, the person who went inside of her home when was told not to, the crime scene. That is her.
Okay, see, there's disputes about it, so don't throw that up like it's true, so.
Well, she just threw some shit up.
She said she did. In regards, she said she went inside of Miss Benning's
Right,
home.
we've heard that, but there's nothing about police, we've heard all that today, the jury's heard it, so what is your question that this gentleman would have a foundation about?
Did you have an opportunity to look through the text messages between Jade Benning and Jarius Porter?
Yes.
Did you find that they were a little bit more than just friends?
Having read through the messages, I don't know if they were just friends or if they were what they call friends with benefits. I don't know. So,
In regards to the appointment of the, I think it was a February 2nd appointment for Ms. Benning to go to the doctor to find out the sex of the baby. Did you see any text messages where, well, let me first ask you this. Did you learn through the text messages that Mr. Taylor worked for the Tennessee Titans?
I don't recall seeing that. So
Did you see through the text messages that on that very same day, he had to work or had an assignment at work with the Tennessee Titans?
if I did, I don't remember that. So
In regards to the Bumble application, and I think that the question that was asked of you on cross-examination was that it could be an app where someone will go and say hello to a girlfriend. Is that what was stated?
I mean, I thought the question that was asked to me was, is it possible that somebody walked in to or logged in to see if their girlfriend's profile was on there? I thought that was what was asked.
What is the primary purpose of the app Bumble?
They call it a social contact website, but for the most part, it is a hookup or dating app.
And this is the very app that Jade Benning registered for in August and then downloaded again. And I think you said February.
Correct.
Thank you, I'll pass.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm about to say you.
Thank you.
So let the lawyers step up. Let's move on.
How much more left y'all got? Defense, we coming back in the morning?
Let's go to the jury, down to a few other witnesses, but we have to have another jury out hearing, so instead of sending you back out, back in at whatever time, we're gonna recess for the day for your purposes. Remember what I said about not discussing the case, forming any opinion about it, picking things up, watching anything on the media, ignore all of that. And tomorrow, be back in the morning, 8:45, 8:50, we'll get you up here and resume the trial. Thank you very much. You can step down. And I mentioned at the bench conference about having a jury out hearing the state back to this document. Well, let me ask this, is Dr. Larkin out there?
Your Honor, that please use the lady I've been holding.
Okay. All right, we'll take 10 minutes and then hear briefly from her.
Close to the 2-minute legislature.
I think we were a little bit behind, but so it shouldn't be a whole 10 minutes. This is craziness. This is pure craziness. Pure craziness because I don't know. It just the jury's leaving, but the lawyers are staying. The jury's out for the day, but I think they're about to go over the stuff for Dr. Larkin, so that they are able to just go through tomorrow and get to it and get through it.
Mom's gonna pick up this.
there anything from the state's perspective, objection-wise, discovery-wise, about Dr. Lindsay? That's the,
We have absolutely no idea what Dr. Lindsay intends to say because we have some handwritten notes that says red stop, top tube and some more.
she's being called for what purpose, Ms. Holland?
She is a toxicologist who sent over a summary as requested to the state regarding what her subject matter would be. She is going to testify to the levels of concentration of cocaine, cocaethylene, and fentanyl in the samples of blood and urine of Jade.
She's going to be able to testify to an amount of cocaine that was taken.
She's going to be able to opine on the amounts that are listed on the toxicology reports and the litigation papers.
Okay, in terms of whether that they are numbers that you actually rely on.
Correct.
Okay. So
She'll be
she's gonna be opining about what you asked Dr.
Judge does have his own notes, and I would be very interested in seeing the commentary on them.
When you got into the 500,000, 98,000, those kind of numbers.
No, I didn't.
No, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the state.
Judge, I'm sorry, I have the same standing objection that she shouldn't be talking about any work order that is not entered into evidence.
We don't
Okay,
plan to.
That's fine, I don't think they're doing that. So, and then on Dr. Larkin, you now have this document, right?
Yes, so
I'm asking the state.
Yes, sir. The report that we got today?
Right.
Yes.
So, is it the state's opinion that I can exclude Dr. Larkin from testifying because you just today got this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
Based on what?
On the prior motions that we filed last year, we have had, zero notice. She's typed a report, she's trying to opine as to the cause of death, and we have had no notice. Reciprocal discovery as well,
Well, that's
Your
what-
Honor was specific with them that if an expert was going to have a report, it had to be provided to the state pre-trial.
that is not a report. I did not get it until today. The court asked us to reach out to.
Where
our
is Dr.
experts.
Larkin?
She's right here.
Let her step up. Raise your right hand.
I swear.
Y'all asked them to get all the reports. You ain't never make the state get all they dang on, not reports, notes. You can't ask for notes and then try to call the notes a report because one person scribbled and the other person typed. Some people listen. If Big Unc gotta write notes, he better type them because it looked like chicken scratch. You better not write no notes and think I'm about to look at it. It made me go in for a second Pepsi today. This is crazy.
Did you generate this two-page document?
Yes, sir.
When?
This weekend, I guess.
And you gave it to who?
I was asked this morning to send
Gave
my
it to who?
notes.
Did you give it to anybody this weekend?
No, I did not.
Why did you compile this two-page document?
That is the way that I approach, when I'm going to do something like this. In my
Why
mind, I
wait
need
till the
to.
last minute?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because I'm going through what I've put together over time, and when it gets closer to me going to testify, I want to make sure that I clearly and concisely put my points. I was an engineer before I was a doctor, and
Okay,
That's how I
so
approach
when did
problems.
you send this to anybody?
This morning I was asked for notes, and so those are the notes that I have. So I sent those when I was at the airport this morning, about 10:30 maybe, and I sent that to Letitia and her team.
Okay. Any questions from the state?
Dr. Larkin, how long have you been working on this?
That was just very quickly putting that together.
No, she didn't ask that. You're talking about it, the case?
Right, how long have, you said that.
No, she's
you
talking about
just
those notes.
At the end, put your analysis together that you've been working on. How long have you been working on your analysis?
I think I got asked to, I think when originally they were in Nashville a few months ago, I was told about the case. And then more recently, I've done work on reviewing all the records. And that's probably within the past month or two. I don't know for sure, but more recent. It hasn't been years or anything.
Okay, so maximum 2 months, maybe a month, you've been reviewing records related to this case.
Approximately, I don't know exactly when I started. I'd have to look at when I started getting some information, but
Do you have documentation about that with you?
I don't have it on me. I could find that out, but it's been several months.
Okay.
I would say on the outset, if you want a number, maybe, several months, something like that.
Well, you said 1 to 2, and now you're up to several. Which one is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna object to this line of
Okay.
questioning. This
Is there something in your phone or something you have today that you could tell us? Look up and tell us.
I can tell you.
Yes.
We reached out to her prior to the last trial. She was not officially retained at
That
that
was in
time.
January.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
However, she did not start actually digging into the trial until probably maybe 2 to 3 months ago, before she got everything that she needed.
Okay, what other questions do you have?
Did you take notes along the way?
No, I don't, I guess I put the notes into there. I don't have any other notes that I've taken, if that's what you're asking.
So no other notes, and you put that together this morning,
She
No,
said
ma'am.
this weekend, last weekend.
Yes,
last weekend, but you didn't send it to anyone.
I did not until today.
Were you instructed to not type up a
No,
report?
Are you?
I object to that line of questioning because what I tell my expert is confidential from Mr. Taylor and his constitutional rights. She
Do you have
doesn't.
any other questions other than that?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That was good. Okay.
But because our notes are so well put together, you don't know if she threw it in Claude. Yeah.
Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure say, dealing with information subject to disclosure by defendants. Inspect and copy or photograph books, papers, documents, photographs, tangible objects, or copies or portions of these, if within the defendant's possession, intends to introduce them. That's part A of that B1A. In terms of our discussion about what a report is, that's under B, where it says reports of examinations and tests. And the pertinent parts say that the defense has to disclose upon the defense asks for discovery, then the defendant has to comply with reciprocal discovery, which the rule says inspect, copy, or photograph any results or reports of physical or mental examinations. That's what all the appellate cases mainly deal with, is insanity, mental health examinations, and of scientific tests or experiments made in connection with a particular case or copies thereof, if the item is within the defendant's possession, custody, or control, or the defendant intends to call as a witness at the trial the person who prepared the report. So, does this document deal with scientific tests or experiments?
Judge, she's giving her opinion based on the review of the tests.
Right, but did she do any scientific tests or experiments?
Lying ass, hook head,
I
hoe.
don't know.
Oh, I can't believe you sat there and lied like that and just compromised your daughter's shit. I can't believe y'all lied like that. You ain't even stopped these motherfuckers after a while and say, you know what? We are fucking this up.
If it should have been disclosed, it didn't exist till this weekend.
Can't believe you did that to that child.
This is,
Your child and your granddaughter.
what is this, Tuesday? So the state could have gotten it 48 hours early. So
now why you lie?
To the bottom line is, if there's a failure to comply with the request, the court may order that the party to permit the discovery inspection. It's already untimely for that. Grant a continuance, prohibit the party from introducing the undisclosed evidence, or enter such other order as it deems.
What's on the paper that meets any of that quota?
Circumstance. So, if, I hadn't finished yet. If there is, I'm not sure.
Why did y'all lie like this?
Of Rule 16, but if there's a 48-hour violation,
Where is it a 48-hour violation? They didn't know about it till this morning.
Court to do.
Judge, we're asking that it be excluded just as we did in our pretrial motions.
Okay, but even fall under Rule 16.
It's your decision.
Did you carry?
How do I turn over something that I don't know exists? There's an email at 10:53. So it's not a report. She has done no scientific testing. She has done nothing of the sort. She made notes for herself to prepare to testify. The court tells us, reach out to our people, find out if they have notes. Today is Monday. I'm in the middle of trial, questioning witnesses, trying to get all the experts together to give the court what it asked for. That's difficult to do when I'm direct examining and putting on my case in chief. So at the break.
48 hours, if she did it on Saturday, which I don't, she wouldn't ask specifically. Go ahead.
And so we're complying with what the court asked. She didn't call us and tell us that's what she was doing.
And it's not a report.
It's not even a scientific test. It's nothing that she conducted any type of test on her own. We don't intend to introduce it into evidence. So I don't understand what it is that we've done wrong.
Okay, anything further?
Judge, I have a secondary objection,
Okay,
depending on if you are going to allow it.
all right.
The state has a couple of other issues with this report that is notes or report, whatever it is. Her report relies on information that is inaccurate and it's not in evidence. And it's specific.
Now you're gonna tell her what she can say when she testifies.
Collins
Who are you to
attempting to ask all these witnesses about that is not in evidence. And the state is, again, asking that she not be allowed to testify to any of the lab reports that are not in evidence, but she based her opinion on a lab result that is incorrect. She also is opining as to the cause of death and the state's position is she's not qualified to do that.
I don't know. Said she's an ER doctor. Where are you referencing a specific date about a urine screen?
So on her handwritten notes, it's kind of,
Oh, I don't have,
Oh,
oh,
I'm
who are
sorry.
you referencing?
so
Dr. Lindsay?
Dr. Lindsay references that drug sample, and then Dr. Larkin, I believe, also references the urine sample. Right, it's on the bottom of page
Fentanyl
2.
was detected in a urine specimen that was collected before fentanyl was administered in the emergency department. Is that what you referenced?
Yes, and then it says, therefore, the fentanyl identified in the specimen could not have originated from the hospital treatment, and instead it indicates fentanyl exposure before her arrival at the hospital. And then she goes on in the third page, in the second paragraph, to talk about the opioid epidemic that has spread.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna let her testify about that. What about is that next to last, the last sentence on page 2 accurate, Ms. Holmes?
I believe that that is a question for the trier of fact. We were given discovery in this case, and when we were given discovery in this case, up until 10 days ago, the date on those lab reports were 2/25/23.
Didn't,
10 days before trial, they
Didn't
changed the date, and now we're precluded from being able to utilize that date.
well,
So we believe that's an issue for
the
the
other
trier of fact.
screen wasn't tested, right?
All of them were tested, all of them.
Which one? I thought the Dr. Rucaleri said no one that's been here tested that.
No one what?
No one has testified to the test result.
The work order 090 that went to some other lab hasn't been testified.
Yes, it has been.
From who?
Katolsky, I believe it was. Dr. Katolsky.
We're referring to NMS work order 230788883. That is the one that this report is referencing, had a 2/25/2259 date. That is inaccurate. We did not correct it 10 days ago. We sent information to the defense months ago about the error on this date. We had the report corrected only in the event that it was somehow admitted during the trial, so we would not be sending
Did Ms.
inaccurate
Smith,
information.
from your deposition you introduced, say there was no fentanyl administered?
Correct, as well
I'm
as,
asking Ms. Holmes.
Exactly. So what that means is when that urine test was tested.
What urine test?
The urine test that was tested before she was administered in
By
the
who?
blood test, in the blood test,
Tested by who?
tested by NMS.
no, NMS did
No,
not test
They
that.
didn't.
It was CFSRE.
See, that's where this
Since when,
courtroom's full of,
since when does a
confusion.
prosecutor call a lab and be able to change a medical record? And we have to adhere to it.
no, I'm just asking you, is there proof
No, there's
that
no
you're
proof.
asking your expert to testify about?
Yes, for the last 3 years.
Bring back in Dr. Larkin. We'll figure what work order she's given this opinion about. orders that no one's been here lab-wise to testify about?
NMS 2307
230.
78883.
You gonna be able to testify without anything in front of you?
No, and no.
So my question is anything in this document, 3-page document, that has anything to do with work order 2307883?
I don't know, I think Dr. Yancey's in the back, she.
Who?
You're looking at the document that I submitted, not Dr. Larkin.
Why are you standing up?
Because.
Just have a seat.
Okay, I think, so
Just have a seat.
I don't have any
You
reference
see
to any
those
work
last
orders
two
in there.
sentences in your report?
It's
What the hell?
not a report though, right? Yes, I see that.
Where did you get that information from?
From the toxicology records that I looked at.
From who? What lab?
I would have to look, I can't remember. These are just notes that I have.
How are you gonna testify? What are you gonna use to find that out?
We'll put those up when I
We
put up
will.
the notes. I can ask to have that
She's
put up.
thinking about me.
What? So you have no clue where you got that information?
I got them from I have all the toxicology reports and I have summaries. I would have to look exactly where it came from.
Okay.
If this were a report, it would actually have reference to that.
Right.
Tell me where that information came.
I would have to have the reports
Do
and
that.
pull it up.
Where is it? Is it the same report you asked about earlier or this
Well, I
one?
can share this with you. What I plan to testify or have her testify about is
Where is
I'm alleviating your issue.
You're not asking her about those last
I'm
two
not.
sentences? Oh, you said earlier you were.
No, I didn't.
Yes, sir.
No, the state brought that up.
Then why'd you put this in this document?
As she stated.
Those are just-
I'm not asking you.
Those are just notes for me to
So
look
you
at.
didn't rely on
I've
this?
never ever
You didn't
actually
rely
produced
on this
something like
last
this.
paragraph for any of your opinion.
Not for what I'm going to be testifying to. No, those are just some of my thoughts I put
Okay,
down.
why don't we do this?
If I
You
had-
ask her what you want her to testify about.
I'm gonna tell you, she's not prepared right now to testify for that because I don't have my things together yet. She's
What
going
do
to
you need to
testify.
have together?
I'm gonna tell you what the 2 reports that she's gonna testify to.
Okay, give us those.
I don't have any problem with that, sir. 231-26889 is one of them.
I don't think it is.
And then 231-29285.
That's the first blood and the comforter.
Okay. You have issues with that?
I do not have issues with that. I do have issues with this witness whose non-report that I consider to be a report relies upon false information.
I don't know. Let me try to find out again. Your opinion that says the history, witness observations, clinical presentation, toxicology findings, and objective medical evidence support the conclusion that Jade's collapse is more consistent with respiratory arrest resulting from combined cocaine use and pre-hospital fentanyl exposure than with a primary sole cocaine-induced cardiac event. Is that your bottom line?
Yes, sir.
Where do you get the information that there was pre-hospital fentanyl exposure?
Clinically, I can tell you in my 30 years of experience in treating patients with different types of overdoses, we have a clinical picture. We have the 911 call. We have the other witnesses that have spoken. We have the EMS.
You're talking about the sleepy, awake, talking, doesn't feel right, that.
Yes, and then and the two reports that we'll be talking about on the comforter.
Have fentanyl on them.
So
And unfortunately, it wasn't tested for and everything.
what was it tested?
She's not privy to it because I haven't had the opportunity to meet with her, which I had planned to do tonight.
What
The
was it
state-
tested for?
Not everything about fentanyl was not necessarily tested for
On what?
in the urine that's no longer done at 225.
But that's what I'm asking. You said you included your toxicology findings in making that opinion.
Your Honor, what is unfair is she's telling you that those are notes. Those are not her lasting opinions. That is not a report. So you're trying to commit her to something that she never intended to be that. So that's unfair to ask her for that. She has stated as a medical professional
She
doctor,
put, why
those
did
are
you
her
include that paragraph?
notes. Those are her notes.
Those are just some of my thoughts. It doesn't mean they were
So
what
this
I'm.
paragraph on the bottom of page 2 means nothing to your opinion.
I'd have to look at it again. I just made some notes and I probably put,
And that's what I was about to say. Did you send notes thinking that you needed to have notes to testify, so y'all just threw something together? Because that's so unusual to say, hey, I need all the notes to testify
of
today.
my opinion, but again, they're just notes. They're nothing official. There's no report. I don't write a report that looks like that. I just was asked to give some notes and there were some things I just put together this weekend. And
So you don't know, Ms. Hollins, that you plan on asking her about any pre-hospital fentanyl use?
Yes, I do, because it was in the vomit. Their own witness testified that the vomit was the fentanyl was in
From
the
the
vomit.
lower level and all that.
It's hard, it's really hard. But what I'm saying is that the fentanyl was found in the vomit. That was testimony that came from that.
But you don't plan on asking this witness anything about that other work order?
No, I don't.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor. The state, number one, that was not Dr. Mithen's testimony. Dr. Mithen was very specific.
Okay, do you have questions of this witness?
Yes, this witness's notes include a reference to the EMS guy said he thought it was an allergic reaction. We do not have those facts in this case.
Where are you referencing?
That is the last sentence. in the
That's
first
not her
paragraph.
testimony. Y'all asked her for notes. You wanted notes before she got up there. She sent you some notes. That's it. You don't know what the testimony is going to be, but this is some boom fuckery because you're sitting up here letting this bitch get ready for or have a precursor to what she should have for her damn on cross-examination. I don't have to give you my whole fucking case.
Tomorrow in front of a jury of inaccurate information. And again, you have the Perry Mason moment and say, everything you've said, if it's based on inaccuracy, would be inaccurate. But she may not be asked that. So I don't know.
Exactly.
So
Take your
we'll
ass
have to
the
wait
fuck
and
on.
see what she's
I'm
asked.
sick of it.
Go from there. Anything else?
Your Honor, may I?
If it's
ask that
inaccurate,
Dr.
get your ass
Carney
up and
be
show that it's
able to
inaccurate.
watch her
Cross-examine.
testimony?
You want the
She
judge to do the
testifies
cross-examination
so that
for
she
you or
can
eliminate a
come
bunch of
down
shit.
here because she's been here all
Oh, I
after.
get that, but it's important. She's willing to do that. We try like we did the direct link. I don't know what happened there.
I think you said you resolved it, right?
Sir, you will have latency like she did today. It all depends on their
Yeah.
bandwidth.
Just get with that gentleman and provide that link to Dr. Carney. Is she gonna be out of town or something?
I don't know, just know that
She's
she has a
welcome to
job
be
to do
here.
because she does autopsies.
Well, she's employed by Davidson County. If you think she needs to be here, then have her here. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be then in recess until 9 a.m.
Hopefully tomorrow we can just go through what needs to be gone through and keep on going, because that was dumb. That was dumb. At the end of the day, you're trying to get him to cross out anything fentanyl, even though it was there. You're trying to get him to cross out a bunch of shit for you. You have a list of shit that you can go over for cross-examination. Oh, I forgot y'all can't see me. You got a list of shit that they have covered in direct examination. You know that you can go through this list and check off every fucking thing during cross-examination. But what you try to do is stump, whine, and cry, get the judge to eliminate at least half the list, then try to get the judge to throw out the other half of the list. You try to object part of the list off so that you only have to say one thing, and that's what you want to say. It's giving you didn't give the fentanyl any thought. It's giving you didn't even look into the possibility that they could say that, hey, these symptoms are more along the lines of fentanyl than it is coke, even though there's way more coke in her system. You say that, hey, these symptoms are more along the lines of fentanyl than it is coke, even though there's way more coke in her system. You say, what? No, it didn't go to me. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? But you act like it's way more coke in her. It's way more coke in her system. Let them scream fentanyl from the mountaintops. It's not even enough to be picked up by a test. What the fuck are you scared of? Like, put on your big girl drawers and handle your scandal and do this shit for Jade. What the hell are you trying to do? Trying to get the judge to do the rest of it? I really expected more out of her for a cross-examination. I really did. And to me, sitting up there yelling and screaming and hollering about any of the defense's theories and keep sending me out as a juror, that makes me feel like maybe there's some validity to their theories. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't have a crystal ball, but doesn't it sound like I'm giving more validity to trace amounts of fentanyl than I am to thousands and thousands of nanograms per milliliter of fucking coke? How stupid do you sound? Like, really, pick your arguments. You sound goofy. You sound goofy. Go ahead, bring in all the text messages. I don't give a fuck who she was dating. I don't give a fuck who she was texting, because guess who she was with when this shit happened? What kind of argument do you have? It just feels like you have zero confidence in your dang on arguments or your ability to articulate this argument, because I wouldn't give a damn what y'all said. I don't give a if I was the DA, I wouldn't give a hell if I had to call Danny my damn self and have Danny bring me a trace amount of this and an astronomical amount of that. You gonna get this work? Let's go. Try me. Say something else and see if I ain't ready. Why on God's green earth would you be sitting up here acting like you scared of a trace amount of fentanyl, when you should have just threw the fucking comforter away because you already had coke in her system, coke in her blood, and coke in her urine? Why didn't you just throw the fucking comforter away and then you get rid of the comforter, the fentanyl, and Scooby-Doo and the crew? I'm sorry, Jade. I don't know what these people are doing. I don't know what these people are doing. Because the way they're doing this, Blaise is going to be the male version of Linda Sturmer without no evidence. This finna be Linda Sturmer all over again. There is none, Amanda. There is no evidence, no direct evidence that he gave her this, bought her this. It's not even, hey, you want me to stop and get you a milkshake from McDonald's on the way there? And then she drank the milkshake and it was messed up. He didn't even offer the pregnant woman no ice cream and pickles. He didn't, like, show me where he offered her something, bought her something, set up the date, put it in there. Otherwise, she touched shit. She fucked with shit. She middleman shit. She on Telegram. No, it don't sound great. No, Jade is the victim. Jade is not the villain here. But the state is running around playing this like they just don't know how to keep her the victim without the DA being the victim. It's like the DA wants to be more of a victim than Jade. Don't hire me. We both be in contempt. Do not hire me. Do not hire me, because that judge would have had one more time before he digested that gavel. Because he's been rude as hell today. And then you're going to tell me to quit being fancy with all my adjectives, but this motherfucker got all the commentary in the world. So I would have had some commentary too. And I like to laugh at my own jokes. I am not that mature. I am not above talking about you, your mammy, and your grandmammy. And I was started with her roots and his forehead. Not doing it. Not doing it. Not doing it. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. And I don't understand why Jade's mama is not standing up on the damn chairs like she in the club. Hey, my daughter. Woo! You too busy over here trying to have a pissing match with her, so you can prove a point, and my daughter is gone. Have to get your shit together. Get in there and fight. You try to have somebody do most of the fight, tie one arm behind their back, blindfold them, and make them hop on one leg before you go in there and do a cross-examination. What kind of win is that? What kind of win is that? All right, y'all. Now Big Unc is calling. All right, guys. I'll see everybody in the morning, okay? We'll be here, and I'm going to try to recap this mess.